Leading the championship is the WRT Audi of Stefan Ortelli and Laurens Vanthoor. Ortelli knows how to win championships, having been in these positions before.
I feel pretty much comfortable. You know, we are here fighting with our sister car. It can be better than that. I think it's great that we are with Azerbaijan. We are able to build such a track and having a final here. I think it's part of the excitement. It's always a bit different when it's new, but we have to learn from every session. Having 4 cars in WRT team is a strong asset.
Only 5 points behind is the 13 WRT Audi of Frank Stippler and Edvard Sandström. But despite the pressure, Stippler seems fairly relaxed.
We're still in the game, we will fight hard, everything can happen here on the street circuit. There are many gas starters, it's still a dirty track, but it will improve, so a lot of exciting things to happen. We are a little bit more relaxed than usual, but I would prefer if it was our car. If it is the other car, we are still fine with it. The main target was that an Audi will win the championship, and that's the case.
Mark VDS bring a BMW this weekend to make their FIA GT Series debut. Maxime Martin and Nicky Katzberg at the wheel. They're here having won the team's championship in the Blancpain Endurance Series.
I think everybody wants to be here. Special event, of course. A lot of good drivers, a lot of good teams, and I think Mark VDS wants to be here as well. It's going to be difficult. There's some long straights. With our engine power, of course, that's going to be difficult. But the BMW has been good all season, so I think it will be good here as well.
Ex-Formula 1 driver Thierry Boutsen has helped organise this event, and he's also brought his team along with 2 McLarens. In one of them is McLaren young driver Stoffel van Dorn.
It's going to be my first event in the FIA GT. The team Boutsen Gignon Racing asked me if I wanted to join them. I raced in World Series at Monaco. That was my first event there, but it went well. I was quickest in free practice, so yeah, I'm looking forward to driving on the streets again. I think it's going to be a very nice circuit to drive on.
Track Speed Porsche have brought 2 997s this weekend after their success in the British GT Championship this season. Nick Tandy and Marco Holzer are one impressive lineup.
I've never been here before, so I said I have to do this race, and saw the videos from last year to really have to do this race. All the street courses are good for our cars. We have the engine on the rear, so I think we have a lot of grip on exit. It looks really fast. With 30 cars here, it will be really good racing.
As well as Grasser Racing Lamborghini regulars Dominik Baumann and Harry Procik, there's another car out, filled with 2 Slovakians, Filip Sledeka and race winner this season, Stefan Racina.
I always sort of wanted to participate in this race also as a Slovak team, because I think before it has never happened, and we will see how it will go. I think it's going to be quite challenging, as well as if you look at the field of the drivers that are here, it's quite good that we can participate in such event.
Another team debuting in the FIA GT Series this weekend is Fortec Motorsport. Their 1 Mercedes SLS entry will be piloted by Benji Hetherington and Ollie Webb.
Looks like a really quick track. That'll suit our car a bit more. Tight and twisty, I think, will suit the Porsches a little bit more. Very nimble, very quick, whereas we've got quite a good top-end speed, so we're hoping for quick, fast track, which this tends to be. For a street circuit, it's nice to see that.
Callaway Racing have brought a Corvette to Baku this weekend. Daniel Kilvitz is one of the drivers, a man who's made his FIA GT Series debut already this season, but alongside him is newcomer Jeroen Bleekemolen.
It's not so easy to predict. I think there are many good teams and drivers out there, so it's going to be very close competition, but it's very narrow, lots of chicanes, so hopefully the car likes it, but yeah, you need a car that fits the track well. That's the main thing in GT3, I think, so hopefully we'll have that, and then yeah, we hope to fight at the front, of course.
Leading the Pro-Am standings is the HTP Motorsport Mercedes of Andreas Simonsen and Sergei Afanasyev. And despite their advantage, Afanasyev knows they need to keep their wits about them.
We have some gap, but anyway, you never know. It's a championship, it's a nice fight. The main thing, you compete, you fight for it, and you do the best what you can. It's an amazing place, it's an amazing circuit. It's really interesting, it's really exciting. It's the first time here, and will bring a lot of fun for the spectators and for us as well.
Federico Leo is joining Claudio Stanisvich in the AF Corsa Ferrari this weekend. Leo knows his way around a Ferrari, having won the GT3 European Championship in 2011.
I'm with the gentleman class with Claudio Stanisvich. I think we can do very well. We will have fun, I'm sure, in this track because it seems very nice. And the first race for me, the FIA this year. So I don't know how is Ferrari in the FIA, but last races in Michele Rugolo did very good. So I think we can do very well.
So the sun's beginning to go down here in Azerbaijan, and here's a look at the results for the first section of qualifying. Marcus Winkelhock, a superb performance from him, 7/10 of a second quicker than Alexander Sims. Frederic Verviche finishing third quickest, which is very good news. Nick Tandy and Marco Holzer fourth quickest, with Rob Bell and Kevin Estra in fifth place. Stefan Ortelli sixth quickest, snuck in there, not bad. But I'd say apart from Winkelhock and Sims, it's all going to be about this second session, because I don't think people really got the chance. But then, having said that, we might well have the same situation. We could have another 8 cars in the tyre barriers, and red flags are plenty. But despite all these incidents we've seen, we have only lost 1 car of the 28, which is the Jeroen Bleekemolen Corvette, and that still might be back tomorrow, but we'll have to wait and see. Further down the order, we've got Henri Acide and Anthony Belsoise finishing in 15th place. Sima Test was there in 13th position, although in theory I think Patrick Kuna probably should have been in the car, actually, because he was the designated driver 1, but that's a different story. Andy Soucek will be disappointed with 20th position. He's a McLaren master, but because of the door problems and other issues in that session, he could only manage 20th quickest. Peter Charoux, slowest man of all.
Oliver Turvey will be in that car, and Oliver is somebody who is a major part of the McLaren young driver program. He spends an enormous amount of time doing testing and development work back in the simulator at Woking, and he's delighted to be in a GT McLaren for the first time in quite a long time as a race driver. So I'm looking to see what Oliver can deliver. We've seen a great job by Alexander Sims, another young McLaren part of that training program. But here we see all the cars going out, lights blazing. I hope they've all been set up for nighttime driving, not just there as a token gesture to the regulations.
But the great news for Frederic Verviche is that his teammate Stoffel Vandoorne is the first man out on circuit. The McLaren young driver will be out there with his lights ablaze in the number 22 Boots and Gignon McLaren MB412C. Who else to look out for in this session? Well,
Sebastian Loeb.
Exactly, Andreas Simonsen is out there. Mike Parisi finished that second free practice session in second position, so he's got some pace as well. Laurence Vanthor will be out in the number 11 Audi. It's going to be absolutely superb, because this is going to be the battle for pole position. This is your last chance to get it done. The time to aim for is Marcus Winkelhock, a 1 minute 43.062. They need to beat that to take pole position. But these cars will be lighter, but the track conditions will be cooler. It's getting darker as well. There's also a chance of losing time here, although it's not quite on the racing line.
It isn't, but if anybody gets close to it, then it's only going to exaggerate the potential of hitting the barrier. And unfortunately, they didn't have the equipment at that part of the racetrack to clear away what you might call speedy dry that's been put down to clear up the fluids. Principally, I suspect that's been oil rather than water.
Kevin Estra trying to find some room for his qualifying session, as they all drop down through the left-hander at turn 13. But it's Stoffel Vandoorne who's the first man out there on the circuit. Up the hill towards the chicane of 14 and 15, and he's got plenty of space in front of him, obviously, and everyone pretty much is out on track.
Interesting, Vandoorne did something I haven't seen anybody do. He braked actually earlier than you would normally do in a flying lap, to ensure that he got the hard drive he needed off that chicane, rather than coming into it on the nose, dancing the car through. Interesting, a young man using his brains to try and max out the acceleration out of that chicane down the start, finish straight, and then down to turn 1.
It's actually Boots and Gignon first and second on the circuit at the moment, so that's Steph Dusseldorp behind in the 15 car as they come down the left-hander, and those are the second and third place cars from the first qualifying segment. So good stuff for Boots and Gignon this weekend. Really great to have them here in the FIA GT Series, and they're performing strongly.
And the reason they're performing strongly is they've got 2 little hot rods, and that makes a big difference. You bring in that young talent, hungry, quick, naturally, don't have to go through the whole build-up process. And some of them have been racing in Macau, not necessarily in GT, but in Formula 3, and their whole body mental process is right up to speed.
Vandoorne is brushing every apex. It's superb to watch on the inside of turn 8, then on the inside of turn 9. 53.351 in the first sector isn't amazing. Steph Dusseldorp's gone quicker, in fact, with a 53.187. But nevertheless, it will take a couple of laps for them to really get down to it.
And Dusseldorp quickest in that second sector. Not as spectacular as his young co-teammate, but actually delivering more. Now he's more familiar with the car, but nonetheless, slightly older but still very young Stef Dusseldorf is the one of these two McLarens that's actually getting the job done.
So Van Dorn braking heavily coming into that final chicane, so I think this will be a slow final sector for Van Dorn to then get on it. I imagine these first laps through will be maybe 44s, 45s before we get down into the 43s. That's a 46.6 for Dusseldorf and Van Dorn. So this will be very interesting.
Long way away from what we saw. And look at the Van Dorn really sliding the tail of that McLaren through the exit of turn 2. So he runs down the hill, go back to Mercedes. That's it. Coming up the hill out of turn 13.
Out there also we've got Mike Parisi. Benji Hetherington has just gone quickest of anyone, a 45.660. I'm wondering if, because we've lost the sun, is the track going to be noticeably slower? We'll have to wait and see.
No one's told Laurens Van Thor fastest, or he was fastest overall in that first sector.
But now it's Sandstrom.
Hetherington quickest overall, 145.660.
Up into the chicane comes Laurens Van Thor. Where's this going to put him up to? He comes through the final corner at 16. It'll be a 44, I think, a 44.444, all the fours, and he goes provisionally quickest, and that's a good lap time from him. That would put him up in 4th position on the grid provisionally at the moment. So any thoughts that the track is slowing down is going to be about to be rebutted by René Rast, because he's gone purple in sector 1 and purple in sector 2. The young German is about to come across the line to presumably go quickest if he's kept it all together in the final sector. He hasn't.
Why did he lose time in that
5
final
seconds.
sector?
5 seconds. Must be traffic.
Absolutely traffic, a mistake, but he's had to bail out of it massively. I mean, potentially quickest of all, first, second, and then that big 5-second drop off in that final sector.
So we're watching Sebastian Loeb out there on the circuit. Stef Dusseldorf jumps up to second quickest, but no one yet is anywhere near Marcus Winkelhock on a 43.0. They're both 1.4 seconds off the pace as Loeb flies through that chicane at 11 and 12. He's done a 52.7 in sector 1, which is about 0.7 of a second slower than he needs to do. Now he comes into the hairpin.
Just looking down right at the bottom of the timing and scoring of Aeropred. Well, he's keeping an eye on his team boss as well as his co-driver, but Enzo Eid, who we saw co-driver to Marcus Winkelhock, he has done 2 laps, just an out and in lap. I don't think he's going to bother doing a time. He's just going to rely on the fantastic result that Marcus Winkelhock got in that first qualifying segment of 43.062.
Kevin Estra jumps up into second position, a 1 minute 44.787, which is quicker than his teammate Rob Bell managed. But now Maxime Martin goes quickest in this session. That puts him in 3rd place overall, that lap time of 44.184. Good lap from Martin. That would see him start 3rd on the grid if things remain the same. Here comes Laurens Van Thor. No improvements in sectors 1 or 2. Cars 3 and 5 have just had their lap times deleted, so that's Enzo Eid and Jarek Yanis. So nothing particularly noteworthy. Sebastian Loeb just did the fastest final sector of anyone and has jumped up into 3rd position in this section.
One of the BMs did
that's Maxime Martin, I think.
No, it might have been one of the BMs certainly made a shortcut through entry into turn 4, so that lap will be deleted. That's lost time. 7 3/4 minutes remaining.
And all drama for Dominic, for Harry Prochik. That's up at turn 8. So Harry Prochik's made the mistake coming down Mikhail Usanov Street. And he's managed to keep it all together and not cause too much drama around him, which is good to see. It was the number 4 car of Maxime Martin who cut the chicane. That's the car we're watching there, so this lap won't mean anything for Martin. René Rast has gone quickest, a 43.178, so finally he's a man close to challenging Winkelhock's time. Rast is only a 1/10 of a second behind Winkelhock.
And that is a stunning run from René Rast, and Marcus Winkelhock, his glory has now been challenged. Enzo Eid sitting in the pits, well in fact Enzo Eid has gone out, but he's only done a 145.8, and I don't anticipate Enzo Eid is going to be anywhere near the pace of co-driver Winkelhock or René Rast for that matter. Maxime Martin further second behind. Second in this session, 3rd overall. No, not 3rd overall. It's Sims. Alexander Sims is second. 3rd overall at the minute.
We just saw the replay of Harry Prochik flying off down there at turn 8. but he's back out on the circuit now. And not only that, his time deleted for track limits. So here on the circuit is the 13 car we just saw of Edward Sandstrom, only 9th quickest for him. René Rast has gone purple in the first sector. His middle sector is very slow though, 4 or 5 seconds off the pace, unfortunately. Here he comes, and so he will get another shot at it, but you don't want to use up the best of your tyres. That's going to be a concern as well as Rast comes through. No improvement here, look at that, way off. 11 seconds off, but he's found himself some clear air. That's the crucial thing.
Absolutely, he's got the clear, relatively speaking. This first leg of the track down to turn 3, the first hairpin then is clear for René Rast. This is a long first sector on this 4.3 kilometre race track, so he hopefully will make up the time. Look at the brakes, you can see now in this twilight just how much load these carbon fibre brakes are having to deal with. Glowing cherry red, then hard on the brakes again into turn 4, then right with 5, and 5 really is 1 corner 6, then you accelerate hard off the dual carriageway onto the old roads, up through turn 7, onto this slippery run up into turn 8, easy to overrun the corner, so close to the barrier on the inside, runs the barrel on the outside of turn 8.
Here he comes then, first sector time for René Rast. It's purple, this is looking good for René as he comes now into the very fast right-hander at turn 10. Listen to this. No hint of a lift as he comes flashing around through the chicane, gets the wheel over the white line, which is good, as he now comes down the hill towards the left-hander of 13. His middle sector as well is the fastest of anyone. He's 0.3 of a second up on his time. This would put him on provisional pole position. René Rast, Porsche Super Cup champion from a few years ago, is absolutely superb at the moment.
And you'd hear the car actually bottoming out in turn 13 as he went over the bumps and hard on the brakes as he comes to this final segment of 2 corners 15 and 14, 15, and then flat out everything you can give that V10 520 horsepower Audi engine as it comes across start finish line. You've got to beat a 43.062, 42.675. He's obliterated it.
Unbelievable time from René Rast as he comes across the line for the WRT Audi squad. Absolutely superb performance from the 3-time Porsche Super Cup champion, 2010, 11 and 12. René took home that title and he's showing exactly why with a wonderful performance. Out there on the circuit now, personal bests all the way through for Kaká Bueno, the Brazilian driver who's won the Brazilian Stock Car Championship more times than anyone else in history. He comes across the line and that puts him only up into 9th position. René Rast has just taken provisional pole position, and really he's a second clear of Laurens Vanthoor in second place, so it doesn't look like anyone is going to be able to stop the German at the moment. Who else have we got out there on the circuit then? This is Mike Parisi, 4th quickest at the moment, 1.4 seconds off René Rast.
Big disappointment will be Edward Sandstrom, only currently 10th position, 101. 44.8, they need to get their car, Frank Stifler and Sandstrom need to get that car up to the front. Bearing in mind they're going to take a 5-place penalty drop because of an incident that occurred at this part of the racetrack in the first unofficial practice session.
Maxime Martin has had his lap time deleted for cutting the track. Here's Laurens Vanthoor then. He's done personal best middle sector, but his first sector's nowhere at all. So this will be it for Laurens Vanthoor. He and also Edward Sandstrom are in some clear air. There goes Vanthoor with Sandstrom behind. But as you say, they really need to climb up the order, although one-off entries, for example, Maxime Martin, Kevin Estre and the like, won't score points, so that'll be something to take into account during the races tomorrow. But here then is the 13 car of Edward Sandstrom. He's currently at a 1 minute 44.663. Quickest time of anyone is a 42.6 for René Rast, with Marcus Winkelhock currently lining up second on the grid after his time in Q1, which was a 43.0.
Steph Dusseldorf has improved up to 4th place behind Mike Parisi. George McLaren presently in this qualifying 3rd and 4th. And Maxime Martin drops down to 5th with Laurens Vanthoor in 6th place.
This is spectacular. This is
fantastic.
Absolutely superb.
This is what we should be doing. Look at the vista over the city and the racetrack.
I'm sure Edward Sandstrom's glad they got that headlight fixed now after it was damaged in the incident this morning. Vanthor's first sector is a 52.2, which just isn't good enough. He's going to lose out of position to Mike Parisi if he's not careful, because Parisi's done a personal best in sector 1. He's just done a poor middle sector as Parisi, and Vanthor going very wide. Rast is still on it. Rast has done a personal best, a best of anyone in sector 1, 51.227. As Vanthor climbs the hill. What's Sandstrom's lap like behind him? It's not bad for Sandstrom. This might get him up towards the top 5, closer to the top 5, as Vanthor comes around the final corner now, and this will be no improvement from him across the line, and he remains in second position. But will Sandstrom improve as he comes through? No, he doesn't. A poor final sector. He stays in 9th position. But here's Rene Rast. What's his middle sector time like? Pretty decent.
It was just fractionally down. May have been a little bit of traffic, we don't know.
Can he find more time? Here he comes across the line. Rene Rast goes quicker still. 1 minute 42.551. Unbelievable stuff from Rast. He's overcooked it going into the first chicane, but it doesn't matter. He has pole position, no doubt about it, for the qualifying race in Baku tomorrow morning.
And that's over a second quicker than Laurens Vanthoor in the sister car. And you know, Laurens Vanthoor is as quick as it gets in an Audi. Again, everybody now just opting to ignore the chicane, only 17 seconds remaining of both two cars, McLaren and Ferrari, both making their way back into the pits. So this is Lamborghini. Well, Jimenez actually gets up to 9th place in the BMW, 44.5, but almost 2 seconds. I mean, that's an amazing gap between 1st and 9th place. Testament to the pace, the outstanding virtuoso performance of Rene Rast to put that car unchallenged. We thought Marcus Winkelhock had got it cracked on a 43.062. Well, that's half a second away from the time of his colleague Rene Rast.
Superb performance from Rene Rast. The checkered flag is out. There are drivers still on the circuit. Are any of them going well? Not really. There's Alvaro Perón watching on his teammate. Sebastian Loeb has qualified in 6th place, which might be 7th or 8th come the conclusion of the session. Here comes Edward Sandstrom through the final corner. Any improvement for Sandstrom as he takes the checkered flag? Yes, but it leaves him in 10th position. Danny Watts unfortunately had a bit of a problem. He's down in 23rd place. I'm sure what happened to Danny in that session, in that Porsche, after you spoke to him in the break.
No, I think he was explaining that he hasn't actually been in a Porsche for about 4 years. He's driven other forms of GTs, other forms of sports cars, but anyway, whatever Danny's issues are, it's a disappointment. He's capable of dragging a performance out of any race car, and is a very competitive guy.
So into the pits come the cars after a very exciting qualifying session.
And doesn't night time really suit this circuit? Fantastic.
It's absolutely superb. So there is Enzo Eid coming in. He did go out just for the fun. And there's the MRS GT car of Oliver Turvey. Where did he end up? 12th place for Oliver Turvey. And I mean, I said this when we were coming here. We're going to see some kind of incomprehensible results because of the strength of the field. You know, I said we were going to see some drivers that will think, what on earth? You know, Benji Hetherington, quickest man of anyone at certain points in this session, very quick in the Fortec Mercedes, great team, great car. 17, just ahead of Marco Holzer. But here's, look at this, look at these.
Absolutely fantastic. I mean, but you know, drivers of Rene Rast or Marcus Winkelhock's ability, they are familiar with these cars. They are outstanding drivers in cars that are, in relative terms, low downforce cars. You bring a driver into this race series who's come from a high downforce single-seater package or a high downforce Le Mans type style sports car. It is quite difficult because all of a sudden the car feels like it's not planted. And if you become accustomed to that style of car, to go to a low downforce car, it takes a lot of time to adapt, and in particular on these sort of street tracks where the grip is naturally at a lower level than of a permanent racetrack.
Here's a look at the results from qualifying 2. It will be Rene Rast and Nicky Melnoff starting the race tomorrow on pole position. But second on the grid will be Marcus Winkelhock and Enzo Eid in the number 5 Audi from Phoenix Racing. Alexander Sims will be starting third on the grid. Him and Steph Dusseldorp doing a great job, with fourth on the grid Mike Parisi and Andreas Suber out-qualifying their teammates. You're seeing here the results of the qualifying 2 on the screen, and it will be the combined results of 1 and 2 that will be confirmed in a few moments' time, but that's my particular take on it. They'll be confirmed when we're off air, so that's a basic idea of what will be the case. Rast on pole, Finkelhock second, Sims third. There you can see Enzo Eid, 15th quickest in that second qualifying session. 2.5 seconds slower than his teammate, so that's going to be interesting, because I think Eid will be the man starting the race tomorrow, so it'll be interesting to see if he can start second on the grid, and that is going to be crucial in a big grid such as this, as we see the 25th qualifier, the number 77 MRS GT racing car of Ilya Melnikov. Hopefully we'll have 28 cars out on the grid tomorrow, but even if we only have 25, that's still a very impressive entry as the lights come on the Crystal Hall. A reminder of how the championship standings look going into tomorrow, the final day of the FIA GT Series. Ortelli and Van Thor lead the championship, but Edward Sandstrom and Frank Stifler are only 5 points behind. And with that pole position, if it all goes right, Nicky Melnov still has an outside chance of getting in there. But it is a superb performance from René Rast to take pole position here in Azerbaijan for the first FIA GT Series visit here. It started off in the daylight, the Baku World Challenge qualifying session. We had a few red flags along the way, but 2 real standout performances from Marcus Finkelhock and from René Rast. And even though Finkelhock had that moment early on.
Yes, there was an incident there. We saw an incident, brought the second red flag out, the Lamborghini, again in turn 9, causing the circuit to be red flagged, putting a lot of pressure on those that had yet to secure a time.
Then we saw René Rast out on the circuit, absolutely flashing through. Superb performance from him to take pole position ahead of tomorrow's race. The brake discs looked superb. Everything looked superb. Join us for the race tomorrow. We'll see you then. It's time for the qualifying race here in Baku, the capital city of Azerbaijan, and it should be a very entertaining one at that. There you can see the circuit. That's the first chicane that makes its way down along the seafront here, just by the Caspian Sea, and the cars are heading around to the grid. It's a WRT 1-2 on the front row. It'll be René Rast and Laurence Van Thor starting on the front row, but the race will be started behind the safety car because of the difficult conditions we've had this morning, and you can see the damp parts of the racetrack, and that's why the race will be started behind the safety car. John Watson is alongside me, and John, beautiful view, isn't it?
Fantastic. I mean, I can't think of another racetrack that's got a vista quite like that. Maybe all the way back to Long Beach in California. But having water close to a racetrack, you get fantastic light. You also get a very cold night. They've got a track that is drying in parts, but other parts in the shade still very damp and slick. Cold as well, so it's taking time for that track temperature to build up and for the track surface to dry out.
So as we see the cars making their way around in what is effectively their warm-up session, they can head out, and they've got quite a few minutes to go around and then back through the pit lane, make any changes they want, and head out back onto the circuit. Once they've been through the Old City section, up Mikhail Huzanov Street and then down Agil Guliev Street, they then come to this very fast chicane at turns 11 and 12, which I think the race organisers were perhaps expecting to be a little slower, but they really blast through it, and it's actually pretty spectacular.
It's virtually flat out. I mean, for some drivers, certainly in qualifying, flat was not a problem. The problem is that if you become a little bit too, let's say, adventurous and don't attempt to make it look like you've turned one way then the other way, and you actually go directly over the curbing, which is a very shallow curbing at the point of defining the corner, then you may get a black flag from the race director to say that you're using more of the racetrack than you are permitted to do, and you could ultimately maybe have that time that you've recorded deleted from the laps that you've completed. So it's a bit of a flexible judgment, both by the driver and by the race director, as to what is acceptable and what's not.
And of course, with it being a street circuit, we've got plenty of balcony watchers. That's probably along Mikhail Huzanov Street, and then we've got grandstands as well, giving the fans a great chance to see the racing action that'll be getting underway in just a few moments' time. as far as the championship is concerned, Stefano Ortelli and Laurence Vanthor are leading the championship. Frank Stippler and Edward Sandstrom second in the standings, but they're only 5 points behind coming into this qualifying race. 8 points available for the win, and then in the main race later on, there's 25 points available for the win. So it's all to play for still, with only 5 points between them.
Yeah, the big trouble for Stippler and Sandstrom is that in free practice, Edward Sandstrom made a misjudgment. He clipped the back of the Corvette coming up into turns 14 and 15. That's the chicane that has been introduced into the circuit. The slow cars down around turn 16. It was an error of judgment on the part of Sandstrom. It knocked the Corvette potentially, almost certainly, out of the event altogether because of unrepairable damage. But the consequence for Sandstrom was that he, and therefore Frank Stippler, received a 5-grid penalty drop. And they're chasing the Ortelli car, Laurence Vanthor Ortelli. They don't need to be 5 places further down the grid.
Yeah, the Callaway Corvette, unfortunately, with Jeroen Bleekemolen and Daniel Kilvitz at the wheel, won't be taking part in the race weekend anymore because they claim to have damaged the fuel tank, which is a real shame. The car came back, I was in the pits when it came back in yesterday after the accident in free practice, and it was in a bit of a mess. The Azerbaijanis happy to be on the big screens out here that are littered around the circuit, and this is probably the second major event they've held here since the Eurovision Song Contest, or not since, but after the Eurovision Song Contest, being the first in 2012 at the Crystal Hall that you could just see over the hill on the sea front. Sweden won that. Edward Sandstrom, the Swede, is gunning for the championship. Perhaps, if you believe in omens, that's a good indication.
Is he going to do his Benny Andersson interpretation? I can't even think of an ABBA song right now, but I'm sure Edward Sandstrom will, well, you know, wasn't my favourite gig, was it?
Up into, now this is interesting, this little chicane here. This is turns 4, 5 and 6 between concrete walls. Really tough to get the cars through there, but not as tough as people first anticipated. It's been nicknamed the Brunsteride bus stop, and when some of the drivers first saw it, they were like, you know, this is outrageous, we can't drive a car through here, but actually it's fairly straightforward and quick, but there's no margin for error.
No, the reason they thought it was outrageous is because it's like going down a sort of a cul-de-sac. Where do you turn, or can you turn, or what's going to happen? But in fact, if you take down the barrier on the inside and just give the drivers the opportunity to look across, there would be a lot more sight available, and also there was just that sense that it isn't actually as tight as they think it is. It's actually proving amongst the drivers to be a very likeable part of the racetrack.
There is Alvaro Parent making his way to the grid. He will be starting in 6th place in that Sebastian Loeb Racing McLaren. We've also got Porsches here this weekend, 2 track speed cars. Nick Tandy and Marco Holzer are definitely a pairing to look out for. In fact, both of them are there. You can see the car behind with the green spots. That is Martin Ragginger and Danny Watts whizzing past us and on their way up to the chicane. This is where the accident occurred yesterday between Edward Sandstrom and the Corvette, as they negotiate the tyre barriers and then slow down and pull into the pits once more. Soon they'll be making their way around to the grid for the start of this race.
I know it's an awful negative thing to say, but actually, because that chicane is there for a very specific purpose, it almost would be ideal to have that as a localized yellow flag zone, because anybody who thinks they can make an overtaking maneuver coming up the hill into a very narrow entry and then a change of direction and get away with it and not have either contact with the car they're passing or hit the tyre bales, has got to think again.
So we've got a few cars now making their way around to the grid, having been satisfied with their pre-race preparation.
Was that one of ABBA's songs? Be satisfied?
I don't think it was. I don't think it was. As I don't know, frankly. I'm not a big fan either. Maximilian Buch and Alan Day in that #1 HDP Gravity Charoux Motorsport Mercedes. They had a difficult day yesterday. Alan Day put it in the concrete wall, and then Maximilian Buch put it in the tyre barrier, a mistake that we're not really used to seeing from Maxi. There's the right-hand turn up into the old city, and then down to the left-hand side, and to the left-hand corner here at the junction, back out onto the main dual carriageway, which is the E119, the pub there just on the left-hand side. Alan Day not having to give way as we did when we drove the track the other day.
No, it was an interesting little trip around the racetrack. We did it in a 4x4, which was totally unnecessary, but we didn't have the Lamborghini, whichever model was that we were promised, available.
So there we can see the BMW Team Brazil car as well. There's the AF Corsa Ferrari. Claudio Stanisvich and Federico Leo will be driving that car. Leo actually did a great job in qualifying to put it up in 13th position on the grid as the cars head around to start the race. Qualifying race coming up here in Azerbaijan. The Azerbaijani national anthem is playing at the moment, and as you can see, the crowd have all got their flags out. There are a lot of flags around in Azerbaijan, both in the stands and also the biggest flying flag in the world on the national flag square that I'm sure we'll get a shot of because you really can't miss it. So there is the wonderful scenery. The track temperature is up to 12 degrees, air temperature 12 degrees as well. The track is drying out after it was damp this morning, and so we've had a little bit of a delay, but we're all set to go now. The track is looking good, the city's looking good, the flags are looking good. Most importantly, John, the grid is looking mega, frankly.
Of course, also the driver. First of all, it's driver number 2 in the cars now ready in our starting grid. There are only 5 minutes left until the start of this 1 hour.
The track temperature has been as low as 0 at some points here over the morning, and up to 12 Celsius now. Teams are trying to decide, and I think they've all probably much fixed now. They're all going to start on the slick tyre. Initially, when they went out and did an exploratory laps, they were going out on wets to see how much or little grip there might be. And here we are.
Here's the track. There you can see the start line down to the first chicane, down towards turn 3. Then you come back up through another chicane, out into the old city for a bit before you rejoin the dual carriageway, pile down to the hairpin at turn 13, then back up towards the final corner at 16. 4.4 kilometers long, 16 corners, a lot of undulation as well. You can really see it on that track map. The run from that first corner down towards the chicane and the hairpin is quite dramatic. It's a fantastic view, the drivers are saying. When they drive down, they can see the skyline in front of them. Phenomenal.
Yeah, I mean, it's the whole location of this racetrack and that whole sort of what I call the bay area, which the city of Baku, there we see it now, is built around. I mean, this is the Caspian Sea. It's a landlocked freshwater sea. It is the biggest piece of freshwater in the world, and it is spectacular. There you can see, just to the left of your screen, what I consider to be a flag that's probably about the size of a soccer pitch. And it is absolutely, I mean, it is, to me, the 9th wonder of the world. It's one of those things that you rarely ever see a flag of this scale. It's almost like one of those hot air balloons, but with no hot air in it. It is that enormous.
So that is the place that dominates the skyline, the flame towers up on the hill overlooking the city, which is actually the lowest lying national capital in the world at 28 meters below sea level, a population of 2 million here in Baku.
Interesting, it's 28 meters below sea level as opposed to saltwater sea as freshwater.
Exactly, as opposed, because the Caspian Sea itself is below sea level.
Yeah, amazing.
Well, there's our travel guide for today. As you can see, the fans getting ready because the race will be starting in only 2 or 3 minutes' time. It will be starting behind the safety car because of the difficult conditions and the nature of the street circuit. Hopefully when we have the main race later on, that'll be a proper rolling start. But here's a look at the grid. 27 cars out there, all set to go racing with 54 drivers, 16 teams. And 26 of these drivers are making their FIA GT Series debut this weekend. We really have attracted the best racing talent from all around the world for this GT race.
Yeah, and it is a major event, and I think, with hindsight, the decision to start behind the safety car as opposed to have the standard rolling start, even had conditions been perfect, because of this is a very, very quick part of the racetrack, coming through turn 16 all the way down to turns 1 and 2. I mean, the top speed is high, and to have 27 of those cars in a rolling start for the first time here at Baku probably would have led to a little bit of trouble. So actually, as it turns out, the safety car start may well prove to be a blessing in disguise. At least we might get to see all the cars get through the chicane on the opening lap without tripping over each other.
There's plenty of room at the first chicane here. It's not too bad, but the danger zone kind of comes when you get to turn 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 and 9, because then you go into the old city. It looks spectacular. it sounds spectacular, it feels spectacular, and but it's very narrow and there's not much margin for error at all, as you'd expect at a street circuit here. So we've seen plenty of practice over the weekend, seen qualifying as well that went into the night yesterday. That looks superb. We've had historic Formula One cars driving around these circuits, and
we've had historic Formula One drivers driving around as well.
We have.
Or driver.
Well, Philippe Alliot as well.
Yeah. Indeed,
Philippe Alliot out in the historics.
Still has got that grin, still that big smile. Even when he stepped out of a car, he'd wrecked. He always had a smile on his face.
So the race gets underway behind the safety car because of the tricky conditions here in Azerbaijan. But make no mistake about it, when the race comes in, when the safety car comes in, the race will be well and truly underway as they wind through the first chicane. As you can see, there's plenty of room down there. It's all marked out by curbs, so that's not going to be too much of a drama at the start of a race, and really the drivers are saying that's one of the best places to try and make a pass. Equally, if you make a pass there, though, there's always the option that the person alongside you will skip over the chicane on the outside and regain the position. But there's the pole position car then, René Rast in the WRT Audi. He and, well, Nicky Mermelov, his teammate, is still in with a shot of winning the Drivers' Championship. Up at the front, it's Ortelli and Vanthor leading the championship, and they start second on the grid with Laurence Vanthor. Third on the grid will be the Boutson Gignon McLaren of Steph Dusseldorp. Alongside him, Mike Parisi in the Sebastian Loeb Racing McLaren. There you can see the blue and white McLaren coming through. Then we've got the number 4 BMW Sports Trophy team, Marc VDS. Z4, which will be started by Maxime Martin. Watch out for that one. And Alvaro Parente as well in 6th position. Listing off these drivers, it's just superb. And then you get to Stoffel Vandoorne, Kevin Estre, Marco Holzer, Sergio Jimenez, Caca Bueno, Oliver Turvey. They're all huge GT names. It's fantastic to see.
Yeah, I mean, and also amongst the GT names, you're getting youngsters like Stoffel Vandoorne, who did such a great job this year in Renault 3.5. He's in a McLaren MP412. He's a part of the McLaren, the sort of the group of drivers that McLaren bring into the team, put them through the sort of McLaren University, and at some point then they will use them where they feel fit. And there's Stoffel Vandoorne and others here who are, in a sense, strangers to FIA GT events, but thoroughly enjoying it.
So the clock has started. The safety car will be pulling in at the end of this lap, and then it will be up to René Rast to decide when he gets the race underway. The big news really as far as the championship is concerned, that the main challengers, Frank Stipfer and Edward Sandstrom, will be starting in 16th place on the grid. They're only 5 points behind Ortelli and Vanthor, but they'll be starting down in 16th position. So the lights are still on the safety car, so I think we're going to go for another lap. Yes, we are.
When the safety car pulls off, and in fact somebody's just pulled, one of the cars, I think it was a McLaren, has pulled into the pit lane, and whether that's to come in because they feel that their tyre choice may not be the correct choice, or there's another issue, but one car did actually pull into the pit lane.
It looks like it might have been Mike Parisi. So here's a look at the grid. René Rast on pole position, alongside him his teammate Laurence Vanthor. Steph Dusseldorp and Mike Parisi will in theory be starting 3rd and 4th, but Parisi has just pulled into the pits for some reason. Maxime Martin in the BMW will be 5th on the grid, alongside Alvaro Parente in 6th position. There's Stoffel Vandoorne then in 7th, ahead of the Hexis McLaren of Kevin Estre, starting in 8th position. Marco Holzer, the first of the track speed Porsches, is in 9th position ahead of Sergio Jimenez. His teammate Caca Bueno starts in 11th place in the BMW. Oliver Turvey starts in 12th position. Federico Leo, good qualifying from him to start 13th, just ahead of Andreas Simonsen in the championship leading Pro-Am car. Danny Watts starts 15th, with Edward Sandstrom chasing man in the Pro Cup, starting down in 16th place. Disappointment for them. There are the two Gottfried Grasser Racing Lamborghinis in 19th and 20th. Harry Procek and Stefan Racina will be starting them. Philippe Albuquerque's out in the 4th WRT Audi. Anthony Beltoise and Henri Assid will be starting in 23rd position, ahead of Kuna and Stumpf, who wrecked their car yesterday, but they've got it back out today, which is good to see. And then at the back of the grid will be Enzo Eid starting the Phoenix Racing Audi, which qualified in 2nd position, but has been put to the back of the grid for a technical infringement with the rear wing.
Just at the point where Mike Parisi dived into the pit lane, I was about to mention that when the safety car is exiting that final chicane at turns 13 or 14 and 15, the tail of this line of cars is just exiting turn 13, which is a good 500 meters away. So there's that McLaren, and that wasn't a tyre change, that's a mechanical problem with the car.
Well, they were having problems on the grid, I believe, looking in the back of the car, trying to, with concern, but they obviously couldn't get the problem sorted before the start of the race, which is a real shame. The safety car will be in this lap then, and racing will be underway in Baku, finally. It's been a trying weekend for everybody involved, but the safety car, we think, will be pulling into the pits. The lights are still on. We'll wait and see as they come through the final corner whether René Rast floors the throttle and gets the race underway. No, he doesn't. So safety car in this lap was an incorrect message. There will be an additional lap. So we'll have a little bit more time to talk through this superb field.
And also the benefit of an additional lap. I mean, the clock is still, this is actually still a race. We've had almost, 5.5 minutes or so of the race, all under safety car. Nevertheless, it's giving the teams, drivers particularly, an opportunity to try and get as much load into the tyre and get those brakes up to temperature as well. That when the safety car does pull in, which we believe, I think the lights are out now in the safety car, that when they do go green, that they've got a modicum of temperature in the brake and in the tyre.
So down towards the hairpin they come, which is the furthest point of the circuit on the E119. And you can see they take that chicane right, left, and then right again back out onto the dual carriageway. That's turns 4, 5 and 6, a very tricky, complex, and no margin for error in there at all. The driver's actually really enjoying that element of the circuit now. They were a bit worried about it at the start, but now they are having quite a bit of fun as they go through there. Then they turn right up Mikhail Husanov Street there, and
who is Mikhail Husanov? Do we know?
He's an Azeri architect from the kind of early 1900s. I think he was born in 1903. But they then turn left when they get to the top there onto Agil Guliev Street. No idea. No idea.
Okay.
Couldn't find out about Agil Guliev. That'll be my task for after this race. And there is the one car of Alan Day. And then they come back down through the right-hander at turn 9 and back out onto the dual carriageway into what is the quickest corner on the circuit, turn 10. A very tricky corner, the drivers were saying. Some nerves in the pit lane. There's Nicky Melnov. The reason is his teammate starting on pole position. And that's all sorts of emotions there going through Nicky. But here we go then. Safety car in this lap. The lights should be off on the safety car. The clock has already started, so it'll be 52 minutes of racing. We've still got our mandatory pit stop window between 25 and 35 minutes into the race. But here comes René Rast, about to get racing underway on the streets of Baku. The safety car pulls into the pits, and we're racing in Azerbaijan. The final weekend of the FIA GT Series sees René Rast lead across the line. Close behind him is Laurens Vanthoor. Third position is Stef Dusseldorp. But already they've made a good break, those two Audis, as they come down into the chicane for the first time. Side by side behind, trying to make an early move is Kevin Estre, and he manages to get past Stoffel Vanthorn and up into 6th place.
Good move, clean move down the inside. Took the opportunity. Perhaps going to be slightly caught unawares. Nevertheless, a good, bold, positive move from Kevin Estre in the McLaren to take one position.
So they come through turn 3 and then head out into the backstretch for the first time at racing speed. There you can see the green flags being waved. Up into third position is Stef Dusseldorp, holding on to that third position, I should say, but he's got challenging coming up behind him. Looks as though Marco Holtz has made a good start as well in the Porsche. He's starting to close in on Stoffel Vanthorn in front of him. Then we've got the two BMW Brazil cars as they all make their way now up to the left-hander of turn 8, which has been catching a lot of people out this weekend. Will they all get through safely this time around? The first few have, at least. The two BMW Team Brazil cars going nose to nose. That is Jimenez ahead of Bueno in 9th and 10th places. Now through this flick at turns 11 and 12, where if you take too much, you will be in trouble with the stewards. But, I mean, you can't penalise everyone, can you, as the BMWs fly through. René Rast is comfortably the quickest man of anyone in sectors 1 and sectors 2. He's building up his advantage at the front of the field.
Yeah, he actually, through that sequence, turns 4, 5 and 6, looked like Laurens Vanthoor had closed down the gap, but now back as they climb up the hill all the way up to the final chicane. We see that the gap is now opened back up again, and René Rast getting his momentum, getting that pinch, the confidence that he needs, and to show the kind of pace that he showed in qualifying. That blinding lap where he ended up being just over a second quicker than the Ortelli Laurens Vanthoor car, which is currently in second.
So here they come across the line. It's Audi followed by Audi, and then a McLaren, a BMW. Three more McLarens in a row then, as they come out down towards turn 3. The two Audis have definitely made a break up at the front, and this will be, unfortunately, I think this would put Nicky Mermanov out of contention for the championship overall. But still, it's going to be a long way to go in this race, 50 minutes. But the man who's going to be under the most pressure, I think, is Stef Dusseldorp in this third position, because the cars are starting to queue up behind him. You've got Maxime Martin, or the special one as he's often known in GT circles, in the Marc VDS BMW. Alvaro Parent behind him in the Sebastian Loeb Racing McLaren. And then Kevin Estre, who is up into 6th place. So a real challenging time for one of the McLarens, unfortunately. That is Oliver Turvey pulling into the pits in the MRS GT car.
Well, I don't know, again, trying to look and see whether he's under tyres or whether that's another mechanical problem. But Oliver Turvey, again, another driver who's a part of the McLaren Academy and not getting the kind of performance he would hope for this car today.
Down into the right-hander. Look at that, Kevin Estre is right on the back of Alvaro Parent. He seemed to get the power on a little bit earlier there as well, and is right up behind.
Well, there's nowhere to do it up the hill, because trying to make a passing manoeuvre into turns 14 and 15 is an absolute no-no. And then the BMW, Maxime Martin, had to miss the chicane. He turned to go into it, then he changed his mind and went over. It didn't gain anything, but that will be, of course, something that the race director will have a look at to see whether there was any advantage in terms of this part of the racetrack. Would he have benefited in getting a slightly quicker exit over the car that he is following? So Maxime Martin behind Stef Dusseldorp. We don't know why he missed that chicane, but chose to do so.
Now, Alvaro Parent considering going a little bit defensive into the hairpin. Back end stepped away from him just a little bit under braking. You can see how bumpy it is through that left-hander, and there's Sebastian Loeb, Alvaro Parent's teammate, watching on, a little bit nervy now because Parent has started to drop back from Maxime Martin as they come through the chicane at 4, 5 and 6.
And Kevin Estre is the driver really who seemingly is most comfortable in these conditions in this group of cars. He's not going to try and make a manoeuvre up into turn 8. It's too risky, particularly if you're going to go offline. The best chances are going to come when you come out of turn 9, then up through the long, flat-out sweeping turn 10, and then the run down into the hairpin at turn 13. And that's where I think that we're going to see Kevin Estre try and make a move, try and catch out Alvaro Parent. He's not really close enough to do anything about it as they make that run down. He'll have another opportunity, undoubtedly, when he gets back up the hill and drops down to start another lap, back again into turn 2.
Edvard Sandström has dropped down into 15th position. He was as high as 14th, but he's lost a position, so going to be scoring many points from there. He's 12th in class, but the race-by-race entrants don't score points in the championship, so we'll have to keep an eye on that. But this is mainly about setting the grid for the main race later on.
I'm just going to keep an eye on these two McLarens battling for currently 5th place. Alvaro Parent, he's got enough clear hair, so he's not under threat or challenge. Stef Dusseldorp hops and skips over the curb, and Maxime Martin follows. So he's going to be looking to try and catch out the young Belgian very shortly down the hill. Not close enough to look again. Looking at these two McLarens coming into turn 3, and Kevin Estre all over the back of Alvaro Parent. At certain parts of the track, there's no doubt that the Hexus car is quicker than the Loeb car. It's strange to know why.
Yeah, absolutely, as they come through the chicane. René Rast has got a 4-second lead up at the front. It's then 2 seconds from Laurens Vanthoor back. And look at this is a replay of a good move being made there. In fact, impressive stuff, although I think to a certain extent that was lappery taking place. The 44 MRS GT car of Oliver Turvey getting passed by Andreas Simonsen, but I think that was being lapped after it had been into the pit lane. All cars must respect track limits has just been announced on the timing screen. Stef Dusseldorp has just done the fastest first sector of anyone. Whoa, well, look at this, it's all getting busy here, isn't it? On the run down into the right-hander. This is a queue from 12th backwards. It's Danny Watts at the head of it in the Porsche. They're about to come flashing through here. This should be quite spectacular as this train comes towards us. It'll be Watts in the Porsche, Leo in the Ferrari. Then very close together is Muller and Sandstrom in the two Audis. On the run down the hill now, is Sandstrom going to be close enough? The trouble with the turn 13 is to get the inside line, you've pretty much got to aim yourself at the tyre barriers. So it's going to be a brave man to make a move down there.
Yeah, let's have a look and see if anybody's going to be particularly brave on the climb. Out of turn 13 up into 14, 15, it's not a feasible overtaking manoeuvre when you're in a competitive position. But you can see the Audi's trying to force the issue, and he had to back out of it. Muller was not going to let that car get through without a battle. So Edvard Sandstrom, he got caught out there in the first official practice on Saturday when he made an error, and that's partly the reason why the Corvette is no longer available to take part in the race. But Danny Watts heading this queue of cars, got good traction off these slower speed corners. All the weight of the Porsche is in the rear of the car. Looking again to see Sandstrom tries to get alongside, down the inside of Muller. This time he's got it and he's made it stick.
Good move from Edward Sandstrom, then that promotes him up into 14th position, which is an extra spot on the grid for the race later on. And look at this, Muller, about to be attacked by Benji Hetherington, but of all the places to make a move, that probably isn't one of them, and that could compromise Hetherington actually, with Harry Prochik behind. This is all a battle ultimately with Muller over 15th position, then 16th Hetherington, 17th and 18th the two Grasser Racing Lamborghinis as they come up to the left-hander of turn 8. Down Agil Guliev Street and back out onto the dual carriageway. That's 7 Lamborghinis looking racy. Patrick Kuhner at the wheel, 21st position. Here's a replay of the move, John.
Yeah, he went tight to the barrier on the left-hand side, down into the hairpin bend. Muller gave the room. Was there contact?
Yeah, I think there was.
There was. That was Benji Hetherington managed to attack the back of Muller's Audi. Race leaders, fastest lap.
Look at that.
1 minute 46.183.
5.2 seconds.
Well, you consider the circumstances the track was in before this event got underway. It is clearly now coming much more to the drivers. The dampness that we saw on certain parts of the track is disappearing, but undoubtedly it is still a slippery racetrack. These cars, of course, have got an hour's worth of fuel on board as opposed to what they would have been running when they were in qualifying, where they were running a lower level, which was always dissipating. So René Rast has opened up a 5.2 second gap over Lawrence Van Thor, and he's a further 2 seconds ahead of Stef Dusseldorf. But Kevin Estre is the guy really who is, I think, looking to make a move, try and get past Alvaro Parente. There you see him, top of the screen, the two McLarens. Alvaro Parente has had pressure all the way through from Kevin Estre.
Yeah, very impressive driving this from Kevin Estre as he comes into the left-hander. It's not, big slide on the exit from Alvaro Parente. Oh, and that's a shame. That's problems for Danny Watts. He'd been making such good progress up the field. He'd been making positions pretty much every lap, was up into 12th place, so we'll wait and see if we can find out exactly what's happened to him and whether his the car has stopped at turn 3 apparently, according to the timing screen. So that's really bad news for Danny Watts. Stoffel Van Dorn has just set the fastest first sector of anyone. Kevin Estre then set the fastest middle sector of anyone. So the driver's really kind of getting to grips with the track, because Rast's advantage is all because he managed to make the attack in the early laps and be confident that he knew where the grip was. But having said Kevin Estre went quick in the middle sector, I can't quite figure that out, because he's dropped way back now from the car in front. So next time we see that Hexus McLaren, he was 0.4 of a second behind Alvaro Parente. He's now a couple of seconds. There is Danny Watts, pulled off the circuit. And he climbs out of the car, and that's a real shame.
Well, what they're saying now is Maxime Martin has got the fastest sector time in sector 3, so 3 different drivers got fastest sector times. So no one driver dominating. The driver who is leading this field has had his 5.2 second advantage lead eaten into by Lawrence Van Thor, who's now 4.8 seconds. I just wonder, with some cars having made very early pit stops, has that traffic factor become the factor that's causing the leader to drop back a little bit? He's lost the best part of 4/10 of a second in the space of 1 lap.
Yep, his last lap was a 46.6. Lawrence Van Thor did a 46.2. The also interesting thing was that battle with Estre and Parente. They both had a slow final sector, and Estre lost a second. He's trying to close it back in now, but I wonder if he tried to make a move somewhere going down into turn 13 perhaps, and lost a bit of time. But There's our second place car, third, fourth coming through. Maxime Martin on a bit of a mission, and Kevin Estre is just at the fastest first sector of anyone, a 53.0, half a second quicker than René Rast. Then he's gone fastest as well in the middle sector, so you can really see he's dropped back, and now he'll have the advantage of taking a run-up on
side
on the
by
leaders.
side. I think the Hexus car got past the Alvaro Parent as they came out of turn 13. There were two McLaren side by side.
Good spot.
Yes. That last one didn't do me any harm at all last night.
Into turns 14 to 15.
Sliding the back of the car. Now, Alvaro Parent does not give up positions very easily. Kevin Estre has been very, very racy indeed, and hopefully we get a little view of that on a replay. There's damage to the front of that car, a bit of gaffer tape.
Anthony Beltois.
Oh, is that part of the graphics? I can't make up my mind.
It is the gaffer tape, and they'll send Anthony Beltois back out onto the circuit, but he'll be down in 25th position. So Kevin Estre is up into 5th place then in the Hexus Racing McLaren. As the cars come along the start-finish straight, Beltois is going to feed in the middle of the battle for 14th position, but he is now a lap down, of course, and will be running in 25th place with Oliver Turvey, the only man behind him, and of course Mike Parisi, who had to pull into the pits. Such a shame for Mike Parisi. We'll find out in between the races exactly what happened to that Sebastian Loeb Racing McLaren. Car 77's team manager has been asked to go to the race director, so that's for Ilya Melnikov in the MRS GT car. But Kevin Estre then up into 5th position, and he is some 3 seconds behind Maxime Martin, and into the pits again comes Oliver Turvey, so still having problems, the MRS GT guys. But Kevin Estre is 3 seconds behind Maxime Martin, and only lapped half a second quicker on that last lap, but he's taken half a second out of him in the middle sector. And here we've got some traffic trying to be lapped. This is Anthony Beltois.
He's actually going to go, he's just either going to stop and let them go through, or just do the best he can, and then once he gets out onto through turn 9, there is that car back in the garage, and that looks a more terminal. What a disappointment.
Yep, real shame for Oliver Turvey.
Absolutely.
And the MRS GT guys, it was a brake problem for Danny Watts in the Porsche, we're being told. Here's the replay. Oh, Parent went wide.
He made a mistake.
Yeah.
He made a mistake. That was pressure. Kevin Estre was putting a lot of pressure on Alvaro Parent, and it's rare to see the Portuguese driver make it or get it wrong like that.
Danny Watts shaking his head, shrugging his shoulders. What can I do? Here's battles going on. This is Michael Ammermuller doing battle with Benji Hetherington, and Hetherington goes past on the exit. Oh, but he's gone straight over at the chicane now. Over to you, race steward Watson.
Well, I would say the pass was made before they got to the chicane, so therefore he shouldn't have to hand it back. And the stewards will decide again, was there any advantage to Hetherington by doing so. The point I would make is that having not gone through the chicane, he's got a little bit more speed to carry all the way down to turn 3, which is just turn 2 and 3, 1 and 2, the chicane they've just exited, and then on to turn 3. It doesn't feel as if he's really benefited in any significant way, and I think under the circumstances, Hetherington gets the rear onto the damp end of the track and almost loses Ammermuller all over the back of the Mercedes. Just have to be so careful. The racetrack, the dry line, lots of grip, touch that little bit of dampness on the outside, and you can just see how slippery the racetrack actually can be.
Kevin Estre is on an absolute charge. Fastest first sector of anyone, fastest middle sector of anyone. He took a second out of Maxime Martin on that last lap. He is closing in on the battle for 3rd position very quickly indeed, with Dusseldorf and Martin still only separated by half a second. Here coming into the right hand there is Patrick Kuhner trying to get past Philippe Albuquerque in the WRT Audi. They come out through the right-hander at turn 10. Car 1 must respect track limits, so that's Alan Day, who's only in 21st position, unable to make up much ground. And the same can be said of Enzo Eade, who's in 20th position in front of him. So Kevin Estre he's now 0.8 of a second behind Maxime Martin. Remember when I said he's 3 seconds behind? It's now 0.8. Superb from Kevin Estre. That battle over 3rd place is about to get very interesting.
I'd say of all the drivers in the field, apart from René Rast, who's leading this race, he's now managed to open that gap, which had dropped to 4.8, up to 7.5 seconds. So clearly there was a reason for René Rast to lose that time on that particular lap. But as you point out, it is Kevin Estre who's doing a brilliant job in the Hexus McLaren, 3/4 of a second behind Maxime Martin and the BMW, and the manner in which Estre got through forced issues.
Now we're looking
another
at...
McLaren struggling.
Well, that was the blue flag being waved for Ilya Melnikov. He got out of the way for the BMW Team Brazil car of, I think that was Sergio Jimenez. He's dropped down the field, Sergio Jimenez, actually, because Caca Bueno is up into 9th place. And Sergio Jimenez is down into 13th. They were running nose to tail at the start. Now the pit stop window is about to open. René Rast is leading the way. He's going to stay out, I'd suggest, for as long as possible before handing over to Nicky Meyer-Melnhof. But this is going to be the kind of time where pit stop strategies can really play to your advantage, because getting past on the track is difficult.
Yes, and I mean, where you bring your driver in and where that's going to put you out, slightly more difficult with a longer pit stop, but you've got to try and do your best to ensure that when Meyer-Melnhof gets into this car, he is getting in and able to get up to speed. He then will no doubt have to overtake or catch cars that are slower than him. So he and René Rast, I think, would like to see this car stay out until the last possible moment, probably with about 8 minutes remaining.
Yep. So into the left-hander comes René. He's done the fastest second and third sectors of anyone on that last lap. And it was the fastest lap of the race as well. Kevin Estre 0.2 of a second slower. The battles continue. This is all over second place in Pro-Am. And, well, we've got pitters then. We've got Steph Dusseldorp and Maxime Martin have come in. So that's very interesting. Third and fourth place cars, and they're right in the pits together. So this is Dusseldorp right near us. He's going to be handing over to his teammate Alexander Sims. Marc VDS right behind. Maxime Martin handing over to Nick Katzberg. Oh, it's the McLaren who's still out in front.
Very close, good teamwork pit work by both teams. So Alexander Sims climbs into the McLaren, and he's on his way. And I'm surprised that BMW brought Maxime Martin in, bearing in mind that he is Mr. GT of all drivers, and they let Nicky Katzberg's behind the wheel for this remaining 33.5 minutes of this qualifying race.
I wonder if their plan was to jump them in the pit stops and get them in early, and the McLaren, the Roots and Gignon team kind of covered that off. Oh, look, can't get out there. That's trouble for, well, not Marco Holzer. He's handed over now to Nick Tandy. They're having to pull the Porsche back in order to get it out.
Yeah, well, I mean, the pit lane is a little bit on the tight side with 27 cars in this race. Nevertheless, it's just unfortunate that they had to go through that little routine and lost more time as the Porsche now actually goes out of the pit lane. There you see it just behind what was the Ammermuller Audi. And overtaken down into 1 and 2 cars on the flying lap. That's Kevin Estre, I think.
Yes, exactly. And Estre had closed right into the back of Laurens Vanthoor in the battle over second place by setting some quick lap times. Look at this, it's going to get tasty. Nick Tandy trying to get past Cesar Campanico as they come into the left-hander. Kevin Estre's trying to go around the outside. He's not going to have much grip out there, is he? No. The back end steps out, keeps it all together, but this is really bad news for Kevin Estre's chances, because he's now going to be stuck behind these slower cars. But the same is true of Laurens Vanthoor. He's out behind one of the Lamborghinis that's pitted. Somewhere in the, I think it's Stefan Racina. So we'll wait and see how this all shakes out in a few moments. But the bad news is for Kevin Estre, he was going very, very quickly as Sebastian Loeb heads out of the pits. But now he's got the traffic to contend with.
Yeah, and he's got to be very, very cautious. This is all the work that he's done in the first, 20 minutes of the race could be easily undone by just being impatient.
Out of the pits comes Sebastian Loeb, having taken over from Alvaro Parent. René Rast still leading this race. He'll hand over with no dramas in theory. There's Stippler and Sandstrom heading out of the pits. They were in 14th position before the pit stop window came about. Let's see where they come out exactly. But the big news is going to be Kevin Estre and Laurens Vanthoor, because Estre has hoisted himself up into the battle for second position. Out onto the circuit again comes Edvard Sandstrom now, having taken over from Stippler, having taken over from Sandstrom. Across the line they come. There are the Porsche. So has Estre got past both of them?
Well, I don't see Estre's car in that group of 3 cars, so I don't know whether he's made a pit stop.
He has, he's come into the pits.
He's gone in the pits.
And that was the only sensible choice, really, with that traffic.
He was going to get bogged down in the traffic if he didn't make the move. All that hard work to get the car up to 3rd place, and then he's going to hand it over And that will be, well, a job well done by Kevin Estre. Well done, GT.
But now, where will... and off there, that's the 52 car, sorry, that's the 25 car, Dominic Baumann and Harry Procek in the wall. On the exit of turn 9, I'm not sure who's at the wheel of that at the moment.
It's got to be a safety car because that's... Is that off?
That's the exit of... It's Harry Procek. It's the exit of turn 9.
Yeah. He's managed to clip the tyre wall and push the tyre wall with the car. So now the pit lane window is still open. You can see cars taking advantage of that incident.
Now Kevin Estre is exiting the pit lane. That's very important because where will he come out with regards to the other cars? He's just exited the pit lane as Kevin Estre, and he might be out in front of Alexander Sims and Nicky Katzberg. That's the big question. So we'll wait and see. But René Rast still out in the lead of the race. The yellow flags covering that incident at the moment, because it depends on whether Harry Procek can get out of the tyre barriers himself, and unsurprisingly...
Into the pits, René Rast.
He comes in to hand over to Nicky Melnhoff. So who is now going to be in that net third position? Will Kevin Estre have managed to leapfrog Sims and Katzberg in the pits? That Hexus McLaren could have timed its pit stop to absolute perfection. But we'll wait and see. Nicky Melnhoff then through the left-hander, past the tree, and into the pit stop then. Nicky Melnhoff ready to take over, and he climbs. He's got a new helmet, I think, Nicky, for this weekend. René Rast hands over the car. WRT very quick with their pit stops. They've been consistently the quickest all year. And look, there is Kevin Estre. He has managed to get past, I think. That's Alexander Sims behind him, so Kevin Estre is up, once everything shakes out, into third position.
Indeed, I mean, I've not seen Kevin Estre drive a GT car before. I've seen all the others, and he is doing an outstanding job. But he makes a mistake now. No, he's got sideways. To drag up the hill, he's managed to consolidate the position. Alexander Sim didn't get the momentum to carry him alongside. And
it's Rob Bell, of course, at the wheel now,
yes,
I should say. But yeah, so it's Rob Bell who is up into that third place, and it looks as though the safety car is being deployed. It's just pulled away from in front of my window, and so the safety car is out now. And that will collect the cars. It hasn't collected the race leader. It's collected Laurens Vanthoor then, who's the second place man, who's just gone past the safety car and let the safety car go back through there. I think Laurens would be the sensible thing to do. It's all for that Lamborghini in the wall. There's the 52 sister Lamborghini of Grasser Racing that's still in the race, running in, it was 11th when it came into the pits, but we'll wait and see where it all shakes out. Andreas Simonsen is yet to come into the pits. He and Sergei Afanasiev are still in the net lead of this race. But well, we'll have to see how this all shakes out when the safety car can sort the order out, because it just caught up with Laurens Vanthoor. Hopefully they won't have to let the whole of the field go through. There's our race leader then. Coming out of the pits here is Stefan Racina. The engine is still running on the Grasser Racing Lamborghini, but Harry couldn't get it out of the tyres, and so that's why they've had to deploy the safety car. And there is the safety car, so it's picked up Rob Bell, so it's picked up effectively the third position car. So third, fourth, fifth, sixth are all in that queue. What will be net, I think, when the pit stops shake out. So Nicky Melnhoff is out there, and Stefan Otelli is out there. Sorry, not Laurens Vanthoor. He's handed over to Stefan Otelli.
Well, will this be a wave through, or will they? I think in fact it may well be the safety car. Looked like it was pulled over, and maybe it was waving through those cars that were not the race leader. There is the lead. Well, what would effectively be the leading car.
So, well, Michael Ammermuller has stayed out, actually. He's just come across the line now, so, I mean, you can see the Nova driver Audi in front. There's no way he's going to get around in time to get into the pit stops, is it? Well, no, there's a minute and 30 left on the clock.
Absolutely.
Across the line. So
25 minutes. 25 minutes opens.
So there's no way, I don't think, that Ammermuller will be able to get back before the pit stop window closes. So that could be a problem for the Nova driver squad. And there's Campanico. He was expecting him.
Would that be what they might describe as a force majeure situation? Or is it still just if you don't get it right, then you pay the penalty?
I think probably the latter. There is the 14 car that's sort of leading. We also need to see where Sergei Afanasyev filtered in after that pit stop, as the JCB gets ready to tow the car out of the wall, which hopefully, well, they've reversed it, so I wonder if now Harry Prochek will be able to drive off himself and get back to the pits, and he'd be allowed to continue racing under the rules of GT racing. If you get recovered, you can carry on. It's not like single-seater racing, where if you're recovered, if you get outside assistance, that's it, your race is over. So the crowd watching on.
Yeah, they're warming up too. I mean, it's a racetrack that started this morning covered in ice, and now it's virtually a dry racetrack. And we did have that rolling start, of course, which took away some of the potential excitement, but also potential. Oh, there's damage to that car, and I don't think that's going to continue, because certainly the bodywork damage, whether the suspension or steering damage. Harry Prochek, of course, he couldn't really get out of the car easily without having to clamber across and get out on the passenger side, which of course would mean getting out on the side where traffic was approaching.
And that may well be the end of Harry Prochek's challenge for the Pro-Am category. Pit stop window closed. In comes Michael Ammermuller, and I think his team and his team boss, Cesar Campanico, who's also his co-driver, might have a word or two with him. Let's see how gently Campanico pulls him out of the car.
Only Michael Ammermuller could do that.
Yeah.
It's unnecessary, but there we are.
No conversation at all between them. So we'll wait and see, but they'll no doubt have to serve a penalty. So Nicky Mermanov leads the way in the number 12 Audi. Stefan Ortelli is second in the number 11 Audi. The third place car is Rob Bell. Now Sergei Afanasyev is up into fourth place. Superb pit work from the HTP Gravity Charoux squad means that Pro-Am car is up into fourth position. Afanasyev and Simonson, they qualified way down in 14th place, but they timed the pit stop perfectly, and they're now fourth.
And they got it behind, they've got Alexander Sim. So Alexander Sim's lost 2 places. There is that Lamborghini pulled now to safety. Looks mainly bodywork, but hopefully, well, that's not going to go any further right now. So
hopefully they'll be out for the second
yeah,
race.
That'll be just a fairly straightforward repair, I'm assuming.
Through the old city they come. There is that 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th places all there. And then 9th and 10th is Bueno and Stippler. So up to 10th place, actually, Frank Stippler. So WRT have done a good job there. But there is Sergei Afanasyev, 4th position for the Russian driver. He was, he's been asked actually to go and test the Sochi circuit in a couple of months ahead of Formula One's return there. So he'll be heading there with a GT car most likely and testing it out. And he's now up in the 4th position. The man who finished 3rd in the 2010 FIA Formula 2 Championship behind Dean Stoneman and Jolyon Palmer. In the other order, it was Stoneman who won the title, but Afanasyev with plenty of single-seater experience, and he's performing strongly here as well. The closest thing to a home race for him all season.
Yep. Silverth waved yellow flags, but Frank Stippler putting himself as close to the tail of Cacabueno's BMW as he possibly can.
So what's happening now is we're waiting for Meir Melnov to catch up with the safety car, which is somewhere out there on the circuit, and that might have just happened. And then back down the road, not too far down the road, they're at turn 3. So, oh, here we go. Here comes the field now, joining on to the back. So there's first, second and third and fourth.
The racetrack's now clear. But of course, out of fairness to those that made their pit stops, then the safety car was unable to, at the point of exiting the pit lane. So they're having to let the whole lot cycle through. And once they're all back in line, then the safety car lights will go out and he'll pull back in the pit lane.
See, the problem is you've got these 2 trains here. Once they get back together, it'll be kind of all right. But then there's a huge gap from Stippler back to what will be, I think, Ricardo Zonta and Marcus Winkelhock's up in 13th place. Great stuff from the number 5 Audi to be in 13th position from the back of the grid.
Yeah, man. Enzo did a good job, kept out of trouble, got the car up inside the top 20, and then through very good pit stops, no doubt, by our WRT as usual. And Marcus Winkelhock into 13th position. I mean, after that disappointment, rear wing height was strange that it was over the limit, but there we are. That was the circumstances that led to him being time disqualified and put to the tail of the field.
So here are the other band of cars coming through, so whether they'll wait for the whole field to catch up the safety car or just the majority of it, we'll wait and see. There is Ricardo Zonta ahead of Cesar Campanico, ahead of Marcus Winkelhock, with Nick Tandy behind. Zonta, Winkelhock and Tandy, only in a field as strong as this could that be the order for 12th, 13th and 14th positions.
Sadly for me, it's the Porsche who's in that position. 14.
Waste of money, John. Waste of money, John. Porsche.
No, it's not. Still a great car. Just, you know, let's see what happens when they get into the championship race. The Nick Tandy car can make progress.
The safety car then. It's got a reasonable chunk of the field. It's got the top 10 queued up behind it. All the way back to Frank Stifler. Caca Bueno's doing a great job in 9th position. Great to see that BMW Team Brazil squad doing well. They almost got a podium in Slovakia with Ricardo Zonta, but couldn't quite hang on. Ended up finishing 4th place, I think. But they won the Teams Award, so they were all cheering in the pit lane because of that. But Caca Bueno, well, that whole team BMW Brazil squad have got a wonderful team. Alan Coder, Caca Bueno, Zonta and Sergio Jimenez. Bueno himself is a 5-time Brazilian stock car champion. Also finished 2nd in the Brazilian GT Championship last year. Less than 20 minutes to go as we go on board with Sebastian Loeb in his McLaren MP412C. 7th place for Loeb after they started 6th, so they've lost out really to Afanasiev and the Hexis McLaren, and then gained 1 place because of Mike Parisi.
Yeah, well, it was a Hexis McLaren that really put the pressure on this car, now driven by Sebastian Loeb, but it was Alvaro Parent who made the error down at turn 13 that allowed Cabanestra to get ahead, and really had been pushing Alvaro Parent all the way through once the race had gotten underway. Very impressive indeed, I must say. I thought that drive by Estra was, to me, the high point of the race so far. There's a lot of racing left, even though it's only 18.5 minutes to go. Once the cars all get into line behind the safety car, we'll get rid of that and then have the sprint, or whatever you might want to call it, to the checkered flag.
And that'll be this lap that the safety car will come in. The lights will be off. Have we collected more than 10th position behind the safety car? Yeah, we have. We've got that next little gaggle coming up with the Nova driver car. Then Ricardo Zonta, then Marcus Winkelhock, Nick Tandy, Philippe Sledecke, Ollie Webb, Maximilian Buch, Gregoire de Moustier, Claudio Stanisic and Matthias Stumpf completing the top 20. So the top of the 18 cars certainly are all together on the circuit, which is great to see. The Azerbaijanis excited because they're getting closer and closer to seeing racing once more. There you can see the huge flag in the background. This is the lowest part of the circuit down at turn 13. Lights are off on the safety car, so now it's up to Nicky Melnov to judge when to drop the throttle. And there we saw René Rast, his teammate, watching on, and he's caught right up to the back of the safety car, actually.
Yeah, I mean, I think that was maybe a little bit of inexperience on Nicky's part. He didn't need to run so close to the safety car. He should have let it pull away on the run up to 15 and 16. And then once the safety car had gone, he should then have, in my view, chosen to do something he didn't do. In other words, he was almost on the tail of the safety car. He should have been much further back.
But we've got racing back underway here at Baku. There, is that a move being made by Marcus Winkelhock, or no, it's defense? No, it is him going past Ricardo Zonta. Car 18 under investigation. Oh, this is going to be contact down here, surely. The Mark VDS BMW getting nerfed in the back by Sebastian Loeb. Both of them now might be able to force their way past Sergei Afanasiev. Certainly Katzberger's got through. He's past Afanasiev, but nothing that Loeb could do about it. It all got very, very close down there.
3-1 wasn't going to go down into turn 3.
And now Loeb is coming under pressure
yes.
from Frederic Verviche behind him. Not really an overtaking opportunity into turn 8. But that was a good move from Marcus Winkelhock to get him into 12th place past Ricardo Zonta. They now come out through turn 9 and back out onto the dual carriageway. The top 4 of 5 really breaking clear, but then there's the queue from Loeb back to Verviche and Bueno. Stippler in there as well. Well, they're all actually queuing up now behind Afanasiev ultimately. It's Afanasiev at the head of that field.
But interesting, the top three, Nicky Meyer, Melnhoff, one doing a 44.6. Rob Bell in third place.
Here's the
second
replay.
half. Yeah, it's just down the
so sorry, there was the move being made in front.
Yeah.
That's what sent the Mercedes wide. I didn't spot that. That was Alexander Sims going past Afanasiev. That's what put the Mercedes out wide and allowed all the attacks going on behind.
Yeah. But the pace of Rob Bell, currently the quickest car on the track on that last lap, in third place. Now he's lost time to Meyer Melnhoff. He's now 2.2 seconds behind, a further second behind Ortelli in the second place Audi.
But here comes the challenge, surely, from Sebastian Loeb down into turn 3. Great traction off the corner. This is the battle over 6th position. The Mercedes covers the inside line. Loeb thinks about it, isn't quite close enough. And oh, there's contact. The red flag's come out, though. The red flag has come out here in Baku because we've got an incident there in the chicane. So there's a car off in the chicane. The cars are waved through. Is that? I think it's an Audi. It's definitely an Audi. I wonder if it's Campanico. It looks like Campanico to me.
Yes, it is.
Yep. Cesar ends what has been a difficult race for the Audis. For this particular Audi, anyway. The Audis up at the front are having a great time, but there we can see Cesar Campanico being towed away, and that has brought the red flag out, and that's the problem with the lack of margin for error. That's Zuba.
Is that the Loeb coming?
Zuba in the sister car. So the car that started didn't start the race because it had problems. Been out for a bit of a test run and then pulled back into the pits.
Because there was damage to the front of, I think, Loeb's car as they were breaking down in to the hairpin bend.
Got a Ferrari fan in the middle there, but the red flag has come out.
I mean, the red flag means you come to a stop.
But I wonder if they've just sent the safety car out of the pits, so I wonder if they'll essentially resume it behind the safety car.
All the cars should come at a moderate pace, let's put it that way, and stop on the grid. That's what a red flag's there to do.
Absolutely. So the safety car, the safety car's reversing up to the grid. So I think pretty much as soon as we get that car of Cesar Campanico moved, which looked like it was pretty much done, we'll resume the race with 15 minutes to go behind the safety car. That's my theory.
I think you're going to be right. There is the safety car, and there are a field of cars coming to a stop on the grid.
So the race will be restarted in a few moments' time, we believe, and it'll be a 15-minute sprint race. And Nicky Melnhoff will have to do his safety car start once more as the cars line up, and this will be a good opportunity to get everyone in order. You can see the mechanics on their way, just in case there's a chance to work on the cars. I don't think there will be. There shouldn't be. Anyway.
No, the cars are not allowed to be worked on in normal circumstances in a red flag situation. So it's not going to take terribly long, hopefully, to get the bit of the racetrack and the car removed. Drivers getting a bit of fresh air. You wouldn't think they would need it in a chilly afternoon or chilly morning here in Baku, but inside a race car it does get pretty warm.
The 10-minute board has been shown, so we'll be getting racing back underway reasonably shortly here in Baku.
Must have been some damage to one of the barriers down in the little complex of turns 4, 5 and 6 that we weren't able to pick up. That's probably the reason why this 10-minute delay is taking place. The clock, of course, has stopped. There is the Audi of Campanico. It's hard to tell. There's not much you can see around the back of the car, but we weren't able to get a look at the barriers on the entry into that complex.
Any vantage point's a good vantage point here in Baku. And I certainly I waited to watch a little bit of warm-up out the front of the hotel this morning, but didn't quite happen because of the delays. But it's still a superb place to watch the racing, and certainly speaking to the cameramen who have been out there on the circuit filming for us this weekend, they come back in and they're like, it's fantastic, it's brilliant. Oh, okay, so we are allowing teams then out to see the cars, but there'll only be a few minutes before the race gets back underway, and we'll have, probably have 13 minutes of racing by, oh no, the clock's still running now.
The clock has started to run again, so the clock had stopped at the point when the field came to a standstill.
It won't continue though, because then we won't have any racing at all. They'll restart the race, and and it'll be over soon enough because we're going to have 5 or 6 minutes before the race gets back underway. We'll wait for word from race control. Hopefully we'll have some more action to come from Baku. We certainly will this afternoon when the main race, the finale of the 2013 FIA GT Series, gets underway. Interesting news as far as points is concerned. Only people working on the car, we heard, being allowed onto the grid.
Not an unreasonable request, I would have said. This is an active racetrack, even though we are in a red flag period.
So for the qualifying race, if you win it, you pick up 8 points. If you finish second, you pick up 6 points. So
there's the damage. Look, damage to the back of Loeb's car. So it's bodywork, but it is affecting also the rear diffuser in the car. So that may have a small effect on the car, particularly through turns 10, and also coming through the final turn 16, which are the high-speed sections of the circuit.
Ortelli and Van Thorp will pick up 6 points if they finish the race in second position, which means that they will have an 11-point margin over their teammates going into the final race of the season. That means they should, in theory, be able to sort it out, because Stippler and Sandström will be starting around 10th position. Loeb, you can see, chatting to his race engineer. You can hear him too. I would translate, but I don't know French.
Well, I think we're talking about is the incident. He got tagged in the rear, and I'm not sure he didn't actually bump into somebody himself. Sebastian Loeb, always sort of hyper, you know, in his own nature.
He's speaking English now, and he's saying he doesn't know if the damage was from a wall or from tyres. Now they're back in French. Look at the back, he said. That's all I know. As the mechanics get to work on the cars, you can't make too many changes, but you can check the car to see if everything's in working order. And it looks like they are going to do a little bit of work on the front end of Loeb's car there to try and sort it out.
That little incident down at the Hairpin Bend, you saw that Loeb bumped, but I think also got bumped, and then he bumped himself. So there was 4 or 5 cars all trying to jockey for position, and Loeb was going to try and do, I think originally, the move down the inside into the Hairpin Bend that we'd seen him execute a little earlier, or the car executed a bit earlier, and then had to move over to the right-hand side of the track, and then everybody just sort of backed up.
Claudio Stanisvic in the car nearest to us, the AF Corsa Ferrari in the Gentleman's Trophy. He's currently running in 19th position. His only Gentleman's Trophy rival is running in 21st, which is Ilya Melnikov. But up at the front, it'll be Nicky Melnikov to resume the start. Second place then, we'll go through the order actually. Second place is the WRT Audi of Stefan Ortelli. There you can see them working on it. 5 minutes they've just been told by the sounds of it. Pierre Dudonné leaning in to have a word with Ortelli, or 15 minutes now. So yeah, there'll be 15 minutes and 9 seconds reigning on the clock, they're saying. Racing time will be prolonged by 10 minutes, says the steward's decision. So I think that means we'll get about 10 or 13 minutes of racing, but we'll wait and see. In third place at the moment is Rob Bell in the Hexis Racing McLaren. Here's where Loeb got the damage. Back, and then...
Yeah, he got nudged in the back, and then...
His front wasn't damaged there, though. His front wasn't damaged there.
Well, I think the nose might have gone under the Mercedes, and I think there was a light contact.
Nicky, drink, give it. You look after him now.
Hurry up and drink is the message to Nicky Melnikov, because the cars will be heading out onto the circuit pretty soon. There is the third place car then, Rob Bell, driven superbly by Kevin Estre. Fourth position is now Alexander Sims in that 15 Boots and Gignon McLaren. Nicky Katzberg will be in 5th position. 6th place, Sergei Afanasyev for the Pro-Am. 7th place, Sebastian Loeb in the Sebastian Loeb Racing McLaren. Frederic Verviche running in 8th position for the Boots and Gignon McLaren team. Kaka Bueno, 9th in the standings at the moment for the BMW Team Brazil squad. Frank Stippler, the Championship Challengers, are running in 10th. Marcus Winkelhock in 11th position. So he's made up another place, Winkelhock. He got past Zonta up into 12th, and I think he's got past Tandy as well out there, and he's up into 11th position. So Winkelhock was superb yesterday in qualifying, and he's continuing that impressive performance on a street circuit like this, 27th to 11th.
Yeah, I mean, what can you say? Marcus Winkelhock, a great driver, and he's got the brains to know that you can't win a race starting at the back of the field. You just got to be patient and let the places come to you, and once you can find a slot to get through, if you've got the pace, which he clearly has got, then you're going to be able to use that productively. So we're saying what we'd expect from Marcus Winkelhock, up to 11th place, and just one slot behind his teammate Frank Stippler, who of course had to start his team, or car had to start back up because of a 5-place penalty that he incurred, or his teammate Edward Sundstrom incurred when they collided with the Corvette in a rather over-ambitious overtaking manoeuvre up into the final chicane before turn 16.
So the crowd watching on, and they'll be seeing racing getting back underway relatively shortly. The car's just being prepared, then we'll have one lap behind the safety car. Safety car will come in, and we'll probably have about 10 minutes of racing, although the clock's now gone back up to 16 minutes. So perhaps we'll have about 14 minutes of racing. We'll wait and see. We're almost set to get back underway though, and this street circuit has provided overtaking opportunities. I think that's the good thing about it.
Yes, I mean, some of them have been genuine overtakes because somebody's just done a better job. Others have been forced, where drivers have made a mistake. We saw Alvaro Perent getting overtaken by Kevin Estra down at turn 13 just simply because of a mistake by Perent. But because of the nature of the track, you've got these two in fact you've got 4 high-speed legs intercut by chicanes. You're getting the kind of overtaking opportunities that you don't often see on a street track, or if you do see it in a street track, it gets very aggressive. A lot of driving that would not be considered to be sport-like.
There's the look at the crowd who are sitting watching on the run down to turn 13. See the start-finish straight, slightly curved. It might be a challenge later when we have the rolling start for the drivers towards the back of the pack to actually see the lights going out. The Aztecs Nika lights on the front of the grid. You can see the two lights on. So that means we've got 2 minutes to go before the racing gets back underway. The cars are starting up their engines. I can feel the rumble actually through the floor as the engines start to be fired up here in Baku. This fantastic circuit, the capital of Azerbaijan, fantastic city. At night it looks superb. Took the GT cars into the centre of town for a night parade the other day, and what a sight it was. You can see pictures of that on the FIA GT Series website. There's videos of it too. We showed it at the top of the show. It's also on the FIA GT Series YouTube page, where you'll also be able to watch this race again. We're about to get racing underway once more here in Baku. That little chicane at 4, 5 and 6 was always going to be a danger zone, and it has proved to be the case. But
actually, that's the only incident that's occurred there over the 2 days of running.
And it was by a man who was probably pretty annoyed at his teammate having just not bothered to come into the pits for the pit stop window. So away they pull behind the safety car, 1 lap behind the safety car, and then racing will start. It'll be interesting to see what Afanasiev can do. Now he's in that 5th position with Sebastian Loeb right up behind him.
It's going to be a repeat, I would imagine, of what we saw a few moments ago when all those cars coming down into turn 3 got close together, and Sebastian Loeb will try to use his experience and skill basically to make a move as quickly as possible. Sergei Afanasiev in the Mercedes, and he'll want to get onto the tail of the BMW with Nicky Katzberg in that car, running in 5th place, rather than having to get bogged down behind the Mercedes and not get any further than 7th.
Down towards turn 3 they come. It's all about getting tyre temperature back into those Pirellis. Having let them fall down on the grid as they wind through now, where they turn right up into the old city. The clock started ticking, so we'll have about probably 13.5 minutes of racing by the time they get back around to the start-finish line. I presume the safety car will be in this lap anyway. I think it'll just be 1 lap behind it. 11:44 local time. Getting towards the midday. Safety car is actually a little bit ahead of Nicky Meyer-Melnhof, who's at the front of the field. Now, what will Nicky do this time?
Well, I think the fact that the safety car is further ahead of the leader of the pack, Nicky Meyer-Melnhof, maybe because Nicky realised that he was too close to the safety car at the original safety car restart, and by backing off, he then gives himself the option of when he decides to go. That's his option, and he can gain an advantage from doing so. By keeping the field pretty much jammed behind him on the previous safety car restart, he didn't really gain any significant advantage, which is what he ought to have been able to do.
So the safety car will be in this lap, and the final 13 minutes or so will be back underway. Starting procedure of car 9 is under investigation. That's Sebastian Loeb, but here's Nicky Meyer-Melnhof then. The safety car has pulled in, and Meyer-Melnhof has gone for it through the chicane. Green flags are waving, but look at Rob Bell in that third position in the Hexus McLaren. He is right up behind Stefan Ortelli as they come through the left-hander and start the race again.
This is going to be Rob Bell in maximum attack. Not close enough to do it coming down into turns 1 and 2, but he's right on the gearbox as they come out of the chicane of the Audi. Can he get himself into position? Ortelli, you can see, goes to the middle of the racetrack. Going offline has always been a problem because it's slightly dirtier, but look.
Here comes Loeb trying to get past Sergei Afanasiev. This time he gets the job done coming down into the hairpin at turn 3. Afanasiev's going to get a bit of a nudge here, I think, from Caca Bueno, because the Brazilians like a bit of pushing around here. And now Marcus Winkelhock is attacking Frederic Verviche. He needs to be careful, though, because he's got Nick Tandy right up behind him. Great battling between those guys as they weave through 4, 5 and 6, then right out into the old city. Winkelhock's dropped back a little bit now from the back of Verviche. Flashing up Mikhail Uzanov Street. Into turn 8.
Nick Tandy was following in the tail of the Winkelhock Audi. Getting the traction of the Porsche off those 3 corners is the advantage the Porsche has.
And you can see, will Caca Bueno be able to get past Sergei Afanasiev before too long and move up into 7th position? Good work from Maximilian Buch. He's up into 15th position from the back of the grid, so not quite as impressive as Winkelhock's drive. And there is Marcus in the red number 5 Phoenix Audi. Did he give him a little bit of a nudge?
I'm not sure. It was very close to the back of the McLaren, and that was giving Tandy the opportunity to think, well, can I make a move? No, he can't. He didn't get the advantage out of the hairpin bend down at turn 13, so it's pretty much status quo for these 3 cars.
Afanasiev
running out the top 10.
A bit of a cork in the bottle at the moment. Across the line they come. Meyer-Melnhof's built up a 0.9 second advantage. Ortelli is then 0.8 seconds clear of Rob Bell as they come into the first chicane. Here's the battle behind now. Will Bueno get a good run out? It's a reasonable run out, but I think Afanasiev will hold his car in the middle lane, hog the middle lane as he comes down into turn 3, and Bueno knows he's not close enough. Behind him is Frank Stippler in 9th place, with Frederic Verviche in that 10th position, just ahead of Winkelhock in 11th. Team manager of car 50 has to go to race control. That's the AF Corsa team, because of something Claudio Stanovic has done out there in 19th position. But Nicky Meyer-Melnhof continues to lead the way, but he's got Stefan Ortelli less than a second behind. Up towards turn 8, and Tandy has actually got a big gap back now to Ricardo Zonta, some 3 seconds. Zonta and Buch are actually having a good old battle over that 13th position as well.
So just under a second. The advantage Meyer-Melnhof has over Ortelli, and Rob Bell just under a second behind Ortelli. So those 3 cars covered by 1 3/4 seconds. But Nicky Meyer-Melnhof seems to be able to control it. He's not really being pressured by Ortelli. And Rob Bell potentially has got the quickest of the 3 cars. He's now getting the attentions again of Alexander Sims in the Butch and Giron car. In fact, what's probably more likely to see is Ortelli's slightly slowing down the progress of Rob Bell. Through turn 16, flat out through this turn. No gain for Rob Bell. He can't get close enough down the hill into this chicane.
He has closed in on that last lap, though. He's only 0.4 of a second behind. He took half a second out of Stefan Ortelli on that last lap. So less than 10 minutes to go here at Baku. You can see Ortelli half defending, coming down into the hairpin, just keeping his car there. Will Afanasiev be under pressure? Ortelli's got a little bit wide there. Gets away with it.
Yeah, Rob Bell wasn't really able to take any advantage of it. Ortelli consolidates, keeps the position, but again, indication of the pressure that he's having to deal with. These three cars are literally running bumper to bumper as they come out of turn 6, then up through 7, and into the scenic part of the racetrack, up into turn 8.
The WRT team watching on. René Rast, teammate of race leader Niki Melnov, who has got a 1.1 second advantage over this battle for the second position. And you feel if Rob Bell could get past Ortelli, he'd be putting Melnov under pressure in these closing stages. We haven't got long to go. Black and orange flag for car 52.
Rob Bell came, I don't know, he got wide coming out of turn 10 up there, and he went very, very aggressive over the curbs. You can see the...
Oh! And that was a lock-up from Ollie Webb running too wide. I'm not sure if there was contact there or if that was just a bounce in the road. That was a strange one. But
I think it's called a hip and shoulder.
Here comes Rob Bell right on the back now of Stefan Ortelli. Up the hill, he's going to run this battle to the end. No further action for Grégoire de Moussier. Not quite sure what he was under investigation for, but the stewards are happy with whatever he's been doing out there as they come round the final corner to start their 28th lap of the race with 8 minutes to go. What can Rob Bell do other than what he's doing?
There's not much more he can do. He can just try and keep the pressure on Ortelli. We're not seeing the McLaren having any advantage in the straight line over the Audi. The Audis, they say, are never the quickest car in the straight line. Well, the McLaren hasn't got the pace to do anything there either. So he's just going to just work and try and force an error. We saw it a lap ago down at turn 3 where Ortelli got a little bit wide on the middle part of the corner, but not enough ground given for Rob Bell to put the McLaren up the inside.
Interestingly, Alexander Sims, who's running in 4th place in that Boots and Gignon McLaren, has been... Oh, look at that. Yeah.
I mean, that's the second time in succession Rob Bell's done that. He needs to be careful. You can see in the face that there's the Hex's team that they're aware of it as well. So I wouldn't be surprised to see notification that respect the racetrack limits.
Sims has been chasing that Hex's McLaren that he's been driving all season in the Blancpain Endurance Series. So it'll be an interesting one for Sims. Melnov's just in the fastest first sector of anyone. 52.3, 0.7 of a second quicker than Stefan Ortelli in second place. Brilliant lap from Niki Melnov. He has been superb this weekend. He's now starting to pull away a little bit. You see the cars bounce as they come over the ridges.
By going so aggressive over the curbs, you can damage the underside of the car, particularly around the rear of the car where the diffuser is located. And you know, if you do that, damage the car, as I've seen Rob do twice now, that may be why it's just begun to fall away.
6 minutes to go now as they come across the line. Fastest first and final sector for Niki Melnov. He's got a 2.2 second advantage up at the front now. He was very quick all weekend. He has made a visit to the barriers this weekend though, so just to keep his speed in check. Nicky Katzberg doing a good job to hold on to these guys. He actually isn't too far away from challenging Alexander Sims. There was a little nose out from Frank Stippler, thinking about attacking Caca Bueno. Stippler in the black Audi, chasing the white BMW Brazil car, but since Loeb got past Afanasiev, I perhaps unfairly called Afanasiev the cork in the bottle. It's Loeb now that's the cork in the bottle. He'll be struggling presumably with the car because he'll have a lot less downforce.
Well, I wonder if that's going to be the case, because we did see the damage at the back of the car again around the diffuser. And these cars are sensitive, and particularly in the case of the McLaren, it's a very aerodynamic car, and any damage to the rear or front of the aerodynamic appendages can be detrimental to the lap time. Let's just watch and see what Rob Bell this time. Much better behaved through the chicane. And, no banging to the underside of the car, and also keeping very well within the track limits.
Philippe Sladecker was given
flag for 27 for track limits.
Yeah, that's Bell.
So he's pulled it in. He's got the message. The team, no doubt, would have communicated that to him anyway. So he's responded.
Philippe Sladecker in the pits because Grasser Racing Lamborghini was shown the black and orange flag. They're still holding it, actually, over the start-finish line, I can see, when the car's in the pits getting its problems fixed. So it's a shame for Sledeka, but he'll be heading back out onto the circuit. A disappointing weekend so far for the Grasser Racing Lamborghini team, with Project out of the race, and now the other one in the pits. Loeb has pulled a bit of an advantage over Afanasiev. They stream through. Here comes the attack from Rob Bell. Looks to the inside line. Ortelli covers it. Can he get the car stopped in time on the dirty line? He can, but Bell was very close that time around, and he's desperate to get second position, which will be, of course, the front row for the main race this afternoon.
Yeah, I mean, that was a bit of defence, and you can see that Rob Bell has got the momentum. Stefan Ortelli falling back, but again here, coming through the other part of the city, up the hill, up to turn 8. It's the higher speed corners that Rob Bell seems to be gaining. The low speed stuff, the Audi is very nimble, it's very good in the quick change of directions. Now the climb up the hill, up to the flat out turn 10, and then go through that chicane. Well, she's not even being used as a chicane, it's just a straight line these days. Watch again, see Rob Bell keeps it, yeah, within the limits, I think that's fine. And the run down the hill, but where's the speed? Where's the straight line speed?
Down into the left-hander at turn 13. And let's see if Rob Bell can get the drive out of that 13 corner. He can't, so it seems to be the first few sequences of corners that he's strongest, but 3 minutes to go here, which I think means we'll be just about to start the penultimate lap of the race. It happens to be the penultimate lap of the race that Nicky Melnhoff is starting, leading the way by 2.5 seconds over his teammate Stefan Ortelli. Well,
gave Rob Bell the momentum to get up alongside, but Ortelli was on the bend, put his car in the middle of the road, and was a big time.
Gap. The final lap when Melnhoff comes across the line. Here's a replay of the Lamborghini. Oh, nice little slide coming out of there. That was Matthias Stumpf, currently in 14th position. And they're in 13th still. This queue that has now been joined actually by Maximilian Buch. There's Vincent Voss, the team manager at WRT. He's about to oversee certainly a race win, possibly a 1-2, depending on what can be done by Rob Bell. Nicky Melnhoff starts the final lap of the race. Look at this camera angle. Look how much more speed Bell is able to take through. Not quite as dramatic that time around, and so that could have been Bell's last opportunity to get past. It's only the qualifying race, but having said that, there's no points up for grabs for Rob Bell at all, because it's a single entry for the Hexis team, but in quite like a podium, I think. And the third place start for the main race this afternoon is not too shabby at all. So close coming through that chicane at 4, 5 and 6. It's really superb to watch the cars head out along the back, along Mikhail Husanov Street once more. Nicky Melnhoff has done a superb job up at the front. He was an amateur a couple of years ago. He was technically an amateur at the start of this season. He was in Pro-Am. It was decided he was far too quick to be in Pro-Am, and he and René Rast have been in the Pro Cup since. This is going to extend Ortelli's gap at the front to 11 points, he and Van Thor over Stippler and Sandstrom. Importantly, it will keep Nicky Melnhoff in with a chance of winning the championship, because René Rast did a superb job in qualifying to take pole position. Melnhoff has done a superb job to consolidate the lead. Ortelli's been right up behind him all of the stint, but Nicky Melnhoff, the Austrian driver, has held on. He comes through the final corner and wins in Baku. Great drive from Nicky Melnhoff. Ortelli finishes second. Rob Bell in the Hexus McLaren holds on to that third spot. It's fourth for Alexander Sims, fifth for Nicky Katzberg and Mark VDS BMW, sixth place for Sebastian Loeb, and it's a 1-2 for WRT Audi. Frank Stippler managed to get back up to finish in 8th position, so that's where he will start for the race. It won't give him any points, but he will be 11 points off the championship lead. But Nicky Melnhoff, what a superb performance from him and René Rast. They won the qualifying race at the opening round of the season in Nogaro. Now they've performed very impressively here to take the first win of the weekend on the streets of Baku. We may have had a few delays here and there, but it's certainly worth waiting for. Great action, great overtaking, great racing. Pierre Dieudonné happy. And these drivers and cars will be the drivers and cars that start the main race later on. Laurens Van Thor in the right in his what is becoming a trademark hat. But the race winner of the qualifying race here in Baku, Nicky Melnhoff and René Rast. 8 points for them, 6 points for the second place finisher, Stefan Ortelli and Laurens Van Thor, which will change the gap at the top to 11 points going into the final race of the season. And Frank Stippler will be starting down in 8th position. What can Stippler do at the start? That's going to be the crucial thing. And can Melnhoff get himself involved? It all depends really on Ortelli and Van Thor finishing the race. If they can finish in the top 3, then the championship is theirs. We'll have to do the exact calculations, but that's my rather basic calculations at the moment. In fact, I'd say the top 4, Ortelli and Van Thor, if they finish the main race this afternoon, they will be crowned the FIA GT Series champions in 2013. Here's the results. 1.2 seconds between them over the line, but Melnhoff slowed down to take the checker flag with joy. Second place for Stefan Ortelli and Laurens Van Thor. Hexus McLaren finishing third. Great to see them performing so well on their final GT outing. Kevin Estre, for me, driver of the race. Absolutely superb drive from the Frenchman, the 2013 German Porsche Carrera Cup champion. Alexander Sims and Steph Dusseldorp finishing in 4th place, with the Mark VDS BMW of Nick Katzberg and Maxime Martin finishing in 5th position. Championship challengers Stippler and Sandstrom only 8th position. Vingerlock and Eid also from the back of the grid to 10th place. Super driving from both Enzo and predominantly Marcus Vingerlock in that second stint. Nick Tandy and Marco Holzer, I think, will be disappointed they couldn't make more progress. Frederic Verviche and Stoffel Van Dorn dropped back. They started the race in 7th place, finished it in 12th, and were running as high as 5th, I think, at one point after the retirement of Mike Parisi and Andreas Zuber. What a shame for them as well, because they were all set to line up 4th on the grid. It would have been great to see them getting involved. 13th position from the back of the grid for Max Buch and Alan Day. That'll give them encouragement going into the main race this afternoon. Patrick Kuhner and Matthias Stump finishing second in Pro-Am after Sergei Afanasiev and Andreas Simonsen for the HDP Motorsport Gravity Charoux squad won the Pro-Am category with their 7th place overall finish. We saw all sorts of battles with Ollie Webb and Ricardo Zonta. Gregoire de Moustier and Philippe Albuquerque, I think, will be happy with their 17th place finish after starting 21st. Claudio Stanisvich and Federico Leo win the Gentleman Trophy. So here come the cars into Parc Fermé, and a fantastic performance from René Rast to build up a huge margin. It was up as high as 9 seconds, but Nicky Melnhoff had the stress to deal with. He had to deal with a safety car restart, a red flag, another restart, but he dealt with it superbly. Yeah, baby, is the call from René Rast. both of them over the moon. And that keeps Nicky Meyer-Melnoff in the hunt for the championship as well. What a astonishing performance it would be if he could win the championship this weekend. He's always good fun, is Nicky. And it's he and Ortelli first and second, with Rob Bell in third position. So that sets the grid for the main race that will be coming up this afternoon. That will be the championship deciding race here in Baku. So make sure you join us for it. It'll be a great way to round off the 2013 FIA GT Series. It's given us some spectacular racing here. So from myself, Jack Nicholls, John Watson, who's been alongside me, we urge you to join us later on for what will be the final round of the 2013 FIA GT Series. But for now, it's Nicky Meyer-Melnoff and René Rast who take the spoils. The streets of Azerbaijan's capital city plays host to the final round of the FIA GT Series as racing comes to Baku. At the previous round in Spain, Sebastian Loeb started his McLaren on pole position. Coming up into turn 5, there was drama as championship leader Stefan Ortelli was pushed to the back of the field. He managed to rejoin, but meanwhile there was more bumping and boring in the middle of the pack. The Mercedes and the BMW coming to blows, and then once again, this time Alain Coder being spun out by Alan Day, and that caused the BMW some terminal damage, whilst Day had another spin by himself. There were some great battles throughout the pack, but Karun Chandhok lost it all by himself, bouncing into the gravel in his Vita for One Racing BMW Z4. Racecraft allowed Nicky Meyer-Melnoff to make up 2 places after contact in front of him, but it was the Sebastian Loeb Racing McLarens that were running first and second at the front of the order. There were battles between the Nissan as well. Steve Doherty wanted to come into the pits, but couldn't make it because his teammate was there. A close shave for Alvaro Parente as he exited the pit lane. Meanwhile in Pro-Am, it was the 2 Mercedes leading the way. Marc Basseng then lost 2 places in 1 lap. Firstly Wolfgang Reip around the outside of the first corner, and then René Rast getting past him, much to Nicky Meyer-Melnoff's delight. Laurens Vanthoor then had to retire the championship-leading Audi, which left the path clear for Sebastian Loeb and Alvaro Parente to take victory for the first time in a main race all season. But at the top of the championship, there's only a 5-point gap between the 2 Audis. Leading the championship is the WRT Audi of Stefan Ortelli and Laurens Vanthoor. Ortelli knows how to win championships, having been in these positions before.
I feel pretty much comfortable. You know, we are here fighting with our sister car. It can be better than that. I think it's great that we are with Azerbaijan. We are able to build such a track and having a final here. I think it's part of the excitement. It's always a bit different when it's new, but we have to learn from every session. Having 4 cars in WRT team is a strong asset.
Only 5 points behind is the 13 WRT Audi of Frank Stippler and Edvard Sandström. But despite the pressure, Stippler seems fairly relaxed.
We're still in the game, we will fight hard, everything can happen here on the street circuit. There are many gas starters. It's still a dirty track, but it will improve. So a lot of exciting things to happen. We are a little bit more relaxed than usual, but I would prefer if it was our car. If it is the other car, we are still fine with it. The main target was that an Audi will win the championship, and that's the case.
Marc VDS bring a BMW this weekend to make their FIA GT Series debut. Maxime Martin and Nicky Katzberg at the wheel. They're here having won the team's championship in the Blancpain Endurance Series.
I think everybody wants to be here. Special event, of course. A lot of good drivers, a lot of good teams, and I think Marc VDS wants to be here as well. It's going to be difficult. There's some long straights. With our engine power, of course, that's going to be difficult. But the BMW has been good all season, so I think it will be good here as well.
Ex-Formula One driver Thierry Boutsen has helped organise this event, and he's also brought his team along with two McLarens. In one of them is McLaren young driver Stoffel van Dorn.
It's going to be my first event in the FIA GT. The team Bouts and Gignon Racing asked me if I wanted to join them. I raced in World Series at Monaco. That was my first event there, but it went well. I was quickest in free practice, so yeah, I'm looking forward to driving on the streets again. I think it's going to be a very nice circuit to drive on.
Track Speed Porsche have brought two 997s this weekend after their success in the British GT Championship this season. Nick Tandy and Marco Holzer are one impressive lineup.
I've never been here before, so I said I have to do this race, and saw the videos from last year to really have to do this race. All street courses are good for our cars. We have the engine on the rear, so I think we have a lot of grip on exit. It looks really fast. With 30 cars here, it will be really good racing.
As well as Grasser Racing Lamborghini regulars Dominik Baumann and Harry Procek, there's another car out, filled with two Slovakians, Filip Sledeka and race winner this season, Stefan Rasina.
I always sort of wanted to participate in this race also as a Slovak team, because I think before it has never happened, and we will see how it will go. I think it's going to be quite challenging, as well as if you look at the field of the drivers that are here, it's quite good that we can participate in such an event.
Another team debuting in the FIA GT Series this weekend is Fortec Motorsport. Their one Mercedes SLS entry will be piloted by Benji Hetherington and Ollie Webb.
Looks like a really quick track. That'll suit our car a bit more. Tight and twisty, I think, will suit the Porsches a little bit more. Very nimble, very quick, whereas we've got quite a good top-end speed, so we're hoping for quick, fast track, which this tends to be. For a street circuit, it's nice to see that.
Callaway Racing have brought a Corvette to Baku this weekend. Daniel Kilvitz is one of the drivers, a man who's made his FIA GT Series debut already this season, but alongside him is newcomer Jeroen Bleekemolen.
It's not so easy to predict. I think there are many good teams and drivers out there, so it's going to be very close competition, but it's very narrow, lots of chicanes, so hopefully the car likes it, but yeah, you need a car that fits the track well. That's the main thing in GT3, I think, so hopefully we'll have that, and then yeah, we hope to fight at the front, of course.
Leading the Pro-Am standings is the HDP Motorsport Mercedes of Andreas Simonsen and Sergei Afanasyev, and despite their advantage, Afanasyev knows they need to keep their wits about them.
We'll have some gap, but anyway, you never know. It's a championship, it's a nice fight. The main thing, you compete, you fight for it, and you do the best what you can. It's an amazing place, it's an amazing circuit, it's really interesting, it's really exciting, it's the first time here, and it will bring a lot of fun for the spectators and for us as well.
Federico Leo is joining Claudio Stanisvich in the AF Corsa Ferrari this weekend. Leo knows his way around a Ferrari, having won the GT3 European Championship in 2011.
I'm with the gentleman class with Claudio Stanisvich. I think we can do very well. We will have fun, I'm sure, in this track because it seems very nice. And the first race for me, the FIA this year. So I don't know how is Ferrari in the FIA, but last races in Michele Rugolo did very good. So I think we can do very well.
A glorious day on the shores of the Caspian Sea seems to be an appropriate way to end the FIA GT Series. We're on the streets of Baku, the capital city of Azerbaijan, for the title decider of the 2013 championship. My name is Jack Nichols. John Watson is down in the pits and on the grid, and then alongside me in the commentary box later on. And we're all set for what should be an absolutely spectacular end of the season. It's a beautiful day. We've got 25-degree temperatures now. It was very cold this morning, only 6 or 7 degrees when we got up, but it's a beautiful day now. As you can see, the sun beaming down over the packed grandstands that have come here to view the racing on the streets of Baku. the championship is to be decided today between 3 WRT Audi drivers. We'll get more into the what's and whatnots of that in a few moments' time. But first of all, well, here we go. Stefano Telli and Laurens Vanthoor are at the top of the championship. They've got 107 points. Edward Sandstrom and Frank Stippler, they're second place in the standings. They've actually got 100 points after a late amendment to the previous race result. Nicky Meyer-Melnov has 84 points. He's in third place. And those are the drivers that stand a chance of winning today. René Rast in fourth place will be Meyer-Melnov's teammate, but he won't be able to win the title today. Belgian Audi Club Team WRT wrapped up the team's championship earlier on today in the qualifying race. They cannot be caught now by the Sebastian Loeb racing team, so it's delight for WRT as they take the team's title. There you can see the national flag of Azerbaijan at the National Flag Square. A real superb centre point to this circuit that's 4.3 kilometres long, 16 corners. You can see it descending down to the first chicane, then down to the hairpin left at turn 3, through another little chicane, and then outright into the old city. You then rejoin this dual carriageway that forms the basis of the circuit, head down towards another hairpin at the roundabout at turn 13, all the way back up to the very quick left-hander at 16, and across the start-finish line, and that completes your 4.4 kilometre technically lap. There is the hairpin at turn 3, and there are the Azeris in the crowd. Very excited to have this FIA GT Series come here. The grandstands have been packed all weekend, but now they are absolutely packed to the rafters. There's people trying to get views of the circuit wherever they can. One of the best places is that camera shot, which is in the hotel. And there is the championship leading car, number 11, Stefano Telli and Laurens Vanthoor. They'll be starting in second place on the grid. If they finish first or second in this race, they will be the drivers' champions of 2013, which is what they set out to do last year, really, when they joined the championship. They won the opening race last season in Nogaro. Haven't actually won a race this season, impressively, but their consistency has been astonishing. They've had second place finishes in the first 4 rounds of the season. A disappointing time last time out in Navarra, where they only picked up 4 points, but here they could seal the title. We've also got some newcomers this weekend, and there's one of them, the number 22 McLaren, run by Boots and Gignon Racing. That's an exciting car because it's got Frederic Verviche and Stoffel Vandoorne at the wheel. Vandoorne, who recently finished runner-up in the Formula Renault 3.5 series to Kevin Magnussen. Magnussen was chosen for the McLaren drive. You wonder if Vandoorne had beaten Magnussen, maybe he'd have been alongside Jenson Button next season in Formula 1. And there is the family's lucky enough to have balconies overlooking the circuit. Can have a little look out, and I think that's opposite where I am. They've got a great view over the start-finish straight, those guys, so they'll be looking forward to that, there's no doubt about it. And national pride is something very, very strong among the Azerbaijanis. You'll see loads of crowds in the stands as well. The national anthem will no doubt be playing at some point. That man there is a man with pressure off, really, Nicky Meyer-Melnov. He can win the championship today. If he wins, Ortelli and Vanthoor finish lower than 9th, and the 13 Audi of Stippler and Sandstrom finish lower than 6th, then Nicky Meyer-Melnov can win the championship today. That does seem like an unlikely set of scenarios, but we'll have to wait and see. Anything can happen in motor racing, and frankly, he's in a great position, starting on pole position, he and René Rast. There's the second Boots and Gignon car. There's the Hexus McLaren heading out onto the circuit. Rob Bell will start that car before handing over to 2013 German Porsche Carrera Cup champion Kevin Estre, who was absolutely phenomenal in the race earlier on. I think he could have finished second had he not picked up traffic just as he exited the pit lane. One interesting point to point out is, as far as the championship is concerned, is the one-time entries into the FIA GT Series for this weekend, i.e. the debuting teams, do not count for points. So although in the first race Frank Stippler and Edward Sandstrom finished in 7th place, they got points for third position. Third position, because the cars in front of them weren't eligible to score points. There is one of the cars that is eligible to score points, the BMW Team Brazil, but there you can see the run down towards turn 3. The left-hander here, there's Nicky Meyer-Melnov making his way to the grid. The race is due to get underway in half an hour's time here. 3 o'clock local time, and it'll be a beautiful light for the cars as the sun, it'll be on its way to setting actually by the time we get to the end of the race, with it being the tail end of November. This is the chicane at 4, 5 and 6 that then puts them back out onto the dual carriageway for a brief moment before they turn right into the old city along Mikhail Husanov Street, all the way up to the 90-degree left-hander at turn 8 that then brings them down Agil Guliev Street. A really spectacular place to watch the cars so close up to the barriers and to the buildings either side. Still leaves on the track as the autumnal effects show their hand. And then down to the right-hander of 9 that once again brings them out onto the E119, as it's normally known, the back straight as it's known this weekend. Right-hander at turn 10, very quick corner that leads into a chicane in inverted commas. You can see there, it doesn't really slow the cars down too much. Nicky Mermanov going reasonably slowly on his way to the grid. He's collected a bit of traffic behind him, including the number 5 Audi, which is worth pointing out. Markus Winkelhock will be starting that car. He'll be starting it from 9th position on the grid. He qualified 2nd yesterday with a superb lap, but unfortunately the rear wing was 3 millimeters too high, which meant the car did not conform to the regulations and he had to start the race from the back of the grid, the qualifying race that decided the grid for this race. But he managed to fight all the way through and finish in 10th position. Sebastian Loeb finished that race in 6th place, the qualifying race, but he did not have his tyres fitted in time. We had a red flag in the race earlier on, and his tyres, there he is, were not fitted in time by the time they were meant to be, and as a result he was handed a 30-second time penalty at the end of the race, which means that he will be starting further down the order than he would have wanted. 14th position for Sebastian Loeb at the start, and he's had a few altercations at the start of races in the past, so hopefully he can keep it all together in what will be a very busy run. It'll also be the first run, because of the difficult conditions we had this morning. The first race was started behind the safety car. We should be getting a full rolling start 2x2 for this one, which will be such a spectacular sight. There are the 2 BMW Team Brazil cars, and the furthest forward of them will be Alain Coder, starting in 8th position. He and his teammate Kaka Bueno drove a good race earlier on. That'll be the 0 car. The quickest BMW was the Mark VDS BMW of Nicky Katzberg and Max Martin, and they'll be starting in 5th place on the grid. We'll take you fully through the grid a little bit later on. The cars make their way around this old city section once more. Really superb track, this. The pub on the left-hand side. Turn right in front of it and then head back out. There could be an issue. That kind of corner with the sun coming down, you can see the rays almost blinding the drivers. Not quite, but it's going to be very challenging to see going through there, I would have thought, as they then come down to this hairpin at turn 13, which is an interesting one because it's a roundabout. You have to turn right to get into it and then go left all the way around it, similar to the Halfords hairpin at the Birmingham Super Prix back in the late 80s and early 90s. It's a great shot, isn't it? 2 Team Brazil cars side by side, back up the hill towards this chicane at turns 14 and 15, which is a slow chicane, but a tricky one nevertheless. We see a lot of cars getting sideways there as the 2 BMWs pull into the pit lane. They will have another chance to go through the pits and perhaps change something on the car if they want to. If not, then just go for another lap because the grid procedure is starting. There's the AF Corsa Ferrari. There at the back is the Grasser Racing Lamborghini. Sandwiched in the middle is the MRS GT 44 car of Andy Soucek and Oliver Turvey. Sorry, tell a lie, it's the sister MRS GT car. It's Mark Thomas and Ilya Melnikov. Hopefully both Grasser Racing Lamborghinis will be out because Harry Prochet crashed his 25 Grasser Racing Lamborghini earlier on, which handed the Pro-Am title to Sergei Afanasiev and Andreas Simonsen. They are now the Pro-Am champions of 2013, so that means the only championship we've got to be decided is the Pro Cup. Told you there'd be flags. Great stuff. It's a superb vantage point. If you can get up high in that middle old city section, it looks absolutely phenomenal. And there is the very impressive Azerbaijan flag, the largest flying flag in the world. And now the grid is starting to form. The paddock on the right-hand side, all makeshift, of course, because it's a temporary road course. It was a public road until I was going to say Friday night, but pretty much Saturday morning. If you got here early enough, there were still plenty of cars and buses being driven along the road. There is the championship leading car. Laurens Vanthoor, Stefan Ortelli. Ortelli will start. Huge pressure on him, especially at the last race in Spain. He got tapped out at the 5th corner, I think it was, coming down the left-hander. And that put him to the back of the field, and that's what allowed Sandstrom and Stippler to really close the gap. As we see Sebastian Loeb, after that penalty, will start in 14th place. That's the little chicane at 4, 5 and 6. Only 25 minutes now till the start of the race. Everybody trying to capture the action in whatever way they can. And that's the kind of vantage point you can get. There are not many circuits actually around the world where you can get that close to these FIA GT cars. Now that's been a corner that's caught a few people out this weekend. Turn 9, we must have had 5 or 6 cars go into that tyre barrier. Normally it's low speed enough for it not to cause too much damage, but it can sometimes get the car stuck and bring out the safety car. The safety car obviously a real possibility here. As we look at Sebastian Loeb, the 39-year-old Frenchman, 9 times World Rally Champion, making his full season racing debut. He's done Le Mans twice. He finished in 2nd at Le Mans in 2006 with Eric Elaray and Frank Montagny, so he certainly knows his way around a race car before he came here, but his precision and speed has been very, very impressive indeed. From the Alsace region, Haguenau in France, has been superb in FIA GT this year. The results haven't come, but it's been a very impressive performance from him. Right back to the opening round in Nogaro, where he and Alvaro Parenti's teammate managed to take pole position and win the qualifying race. It all went wrong in the main race though, unfortunately, and he'll be hoping that it's the opposite story this weekend. On board with the WRT Audi, and this is the tricky corner where we've seen a few people end up in the tyre barriers. That was on board with Ortelli, and those are the 2 cars then dueling it out at the top of the championship. There are 3 cars involved, but it's a long shot for Niki Melnov. It all depends on how he can manage his race and whether he basically needs Ortelli and Vanthoor starting 2nd on the grid to get into trouble. That's kind of the long and short of it. He needs them to retire, and whilst Niki is a competitive man, I don't think he'd be necessarily wishing that upon them, but he is a racing driver after all. 20 minutes to go to the start of the race. And the pressure is starting to rise. You can see Ortelli and Vanthoor going through for another lap. We've got some Porsches here this weekend. Absolutely fantastic to have Nick Tandy and Marco Holzer here. Marco Holzer was part of the Porsche squad that almost won the Spa 24. They were leading in the early stages, swapping lap times and race leads with the number 64, I think it was, Mercedes of Max Buch, Maxi Goertz and Bernd Schneider. So real quality, and Nick Tandy as well. Top quality driver. They're here with the Track Speed team who run Porsches so successfully in the British GT Championship, and that's why they're here as a reward for their achievements in British GT this season, which has had a very strong season actually in British GT. And it would be great to see Track Speed make the step up perhaps next season from British GT to the European equivalent. There is Stefan Ortelli out of the pits again, doing another lap. Interesting to see that 41 car of Tandy not driving on the racing line as he came down towards the hairpin. Tries to get some... Well, you don't really want to get heat into the tyres at this point because you're then going to sit on the grid for a while, so it doesn't really make too much difference. There's that tricky chicane. We've seen only one issue there this weekend, which was in the qualifying race earlier on. Cesar Campanico put it in the wall. He couldn't get out of the wall when the red flag came out, but we soon got racing back underway. It wasn't a huge drama, but many people were expecting it to be a little bit more dramatic. So we can now hear from the Mark VDS racing team. John Watson's in the pits with Nicky Katzberg.
Nicky, fifth in the qualifying race. Very busy part of the racetrack you were in as well.
Yeah, it was a great race. I was in fight with, I think it was Afani-Chef in a Mercedes. I had Sims in front of me, I had Loeb behind me, so it was a great race, and I'm looking forward to an even better one this time.
Why?
Why? I took it a little bit easy in the first one. I wanted it to survive the first one, to score in the second one.
Conditions are a lot warmer than they were for the qualifying race. That going to have any issues for you?
No, all is better for the BMW now, so we're going for a podium.
So where are the BMW strengths on the circuit?
The beginning of sector 1, the last turn, and basically the fast turns are pretty okay. We are struggling a bit on traction, but I think we will be strong.
Okay, we're going to keep an eye on you, make sure you do make that progress. Many thanks.
Thanks.
Great to hear from Nicky Katzberg. He finished 5th, as he said, in the qualifying race, and his pace was a bit disappointing actually, because they qualified well but then dropped off a little bit. So hopefully in this main race he can find a bit more speed. And also it's worth considering that this is, I mean, not do or die for some of these drivers, but the likes of Hexis, of Boutsen Gignon, of Mark VDS, they're here for one race only. They're here to get one result, and that's the only result that's important to them. They're not interested in this long game that these championship rivals have been playing. They are here to get a good result. If they see a chance, they will try and take it, because they want to win this Baku World Challenge as it is billed. The final race of the European GT season anyway. So we are technically in Europe here. A quarter of Azerbaijan is in Europe, 3/4 of it is in Asia. There's second on the grid. Stefan Ortelli pulls up. The man he has to battle is Frank Stippler and Edward Sandstrom. We can hear from Frank Stippler now. John Watson's found him.
Frank, you're 7 points behind winning this Pro Cup. What are you going to do?
Well, John, the circumstances are not too good. The teammates have a quiet life in front row, so we started the weekend badly during the free practice and had some issues later on with cold tires in the qualifying run when they were not heated. So yeah, we are still in the middle of the traffic and suffering from yesterday's day.
You make it exciting for us this afternoon, please.
I try to, thanks.
Great to hear from Frank Stippler. The issue he was talking about was Edward Sandstrom on Friday in free practice. Ended up colliding with the Corvette of Jeroen Bleekemolen and Daniel Kilvitz. It was Kilvitz at the wheel coming into the final chicane, and that unfortunately put the Corvette out of action. It also meant that 5-second grid penalty was handed to Edward Sandstrom and Frank Stippler. There's the Hexis McLaren then. That'll be starting in 3rd place on the grid, so the inside line going down towards the first corner, which is a left-hander, the left-right chicane. And the pit lane is now closed. 10-minute board is held aloft, so only 10 minutes until we get the racing underway, or the formation lap at least. And the race will get underway at 3 o'clock local time. So a superb situation in Azerbaijan as they play the national anthem. So great to hear the Azerbaijani national anthem playing out around the streets of Baku. And the man who is the organizer of the FIA GT Series, the CEO of the SRO organisation, Stefan Rattel, is with John.
Stefan, a fabulous entry here in Baku, a great street track. You are smiling.
It's an exceptional event, beautiful city, a great weather, one of the most beautiful and competitive grids we've had in years. And all I can hope is, first of all, that we have a good and safe race, and second of all, that we can make it a classic.
Have you any tips for who might be the champion in the Pro Cup?
I mean, a champion, it looks like it's going to be a WRT car. For this race, I think the McLaren, the X6 McLaren has shown great performance in the first race, so I think there will be a serious contender. I mean, the Marc VDS BMW is not far behind either, so I mean, it's going to be a very interesting show.
I think you've covered the entire field there. I think you've covered the entire field there.
Well, the entire field is there, and I think, you know, out of 2 days on a challenging circuit, I think we lost only one car, so it's great to start with 27, and I think that's the first satisfaction.
Excellent, many thanks.
What a fantastic country.
Great to hear from Stefan Rattel, CEO of SRO, organisers of the FIA GT Series, as the Azerbaijanis sit ready to watch the racing, which will be getting underway soon. And he's absolutely right, there's so much depth and quality in this field, including at the back. Andy Zuber will be starting the Sebastian Loeb Racing McLaren from 27th position on the grid after troubles in race 1. So he and Mike Parisi will have an awful lot of work to do, but we saw Marcus Winkelhock and Enzo Eid come through to 10th position from the back of the grid. Can they do the same? We've also got Andy Soucek starting at the back as well, and Martin Raginger. And they are 3 of the last 4 on the grid. There is Andy Soucek. So the performance and the quality in this field is absolutely astonishing, frankly. The MRS GT McLaren's had a difficult weekend. So we can now hear from our Pro-Am champions, Andreas Simonsen and Sergei Afanasiev. Andreas is with John.
Very good pit stop they did.
Andreas, you and Sergei have tied up the Pro-Am championship. You're just out here to have fun now, aren't you?
Yeah, we had fun all weekend, so it's been amazing feeling here. From first time for me in Baku, first time in the street race like this. So no, it's been a great weekend.
So what are you planning to do? I mean, because there's a big battle going on ahead of you for the Pro Cup. You're not going to get involved in that.
Yeah, for sure. Now there's some prize money, so the team, I guess, want us to be top 3 this race. But yeah, for sure. Now we will try to go as fast as possible, and we. Yeah, like you say, we can drive a bit not on the edge now when we have the title secure, so no, we'll just have fun and make our best.
And what are your feelings about the racetrack? I mean, it's a very fast street track.
Yeah, the track is really good. We struggle a bit with the heavy braking here. The car is a bit heavy, so for the long distance we struggle a bit now with the safety car on the red flag. That was on the first race. That was quite good for us. So, but I think hopefully it will work. The team have done a great job with the car, so I think we can fight a bit.
Thank you, Andreas.
Andreas Simonsen then will be starting, well, his teammate Sergei Afanasiev will be starting 6th on the grid. They managed to leap up from 14th in qualifying all the way up to 4th position after playing the safety car absolutely perfectly in the first race. The 5-minute board then is shown here in Baku. The fans gather in anticipation. Remember, if Stefan Ortelli and Laurence Vanthor finish 1st or 2nd, they will be the FIA GT Series champions of 2013. Anything else, and it is dependent on other people's results, most notably Frank Stippler and Edward Sandstrom. But it's also worth noting that 4 of the cars in between, well, in fact, all of the cars in between Ortelli and Vanthor and Stippler and Sandstrom are not eligible for points in the Pro Cup. They're either in Pro-Am or they're guest entries for this weekend. So it's not that impossible a task for Frank Stippler and Edward Sandstrom, but we'll have to wait and see how the racing progresses. A few last people allowed to cross the circuit before the racing gets underway. There is the 25 Gottfried Grasser Racing Lamborghini. Dominic Baumann will be starting that car. He didn't get the chance to drive it this morning because his teammate Harry Prochik put it in the tyre barriers. There's Harry on the right-hand side with the white hat. And Dominic Baumann is at the wheel. So Sebastian Loeb and Alvaro Parent will start further back down the grid. Let's hear from Loeb.
Sebastian, last drive in a GT car. Any feelings?
Yeah, it's okay. For sure we are not so happy because of the position we had a penalty again, so we start a bit further on the grid. It's not an easy track to overtake, so we will see, but okay, at the moment we try to prepare the race as well as possible, so we will see what we can do.
You look like you enjoyed the qualifying race, lots of racing.
Yeah, it was a good fight. Some damage on the car that made the car was not perfect, but it was okay, so now I hope we can do a good race now.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, an awful lot of fighting for Sebastian Loeb in that first race. It was very entertaining. He ended up with damage to the front and the rear of the car because it got so congested in the middle of the pack. 3-minute board is shown now. So the green flag lap will be getting underway very shortly indeed for the final race of the season. 27 cars on the grid, 54 drivers, 16 teams, 17 nationalities and 7 car brands, all about to hurtle down at something approaching probably 250 kilometers an hour by the time they get the cars going after the rolling start down towards turn 1. That'd be quite a good place to watch, wouldn't it? Up in one of the flame towers that dominate the skyline here in Baku. A real mixture of new and old, this city. One of the oldest centers of civilization is the Azerbaijan area. Baku itself is the lowest lying national capital in the world, as it's 28 meters below sea level. But there's Niki Melnov, the man who has the task of starting on pole position, which he has done. He's no stranger to that, and he's dealt with it admirably. He also, in the qualifying race this morning, had to deal with safety car restarts, red flag restarts. Alongside him on the front row, though, is the experienced head of Stefan Otelli, a man who has had a drive-through penalty already this season for a start line infringement when he went too early in the main race in the Slovakia ring. So he's going to be keen to keep an eye on things, and also this will be the first time that they will have done a rolling start here in Baku, as it was a safety car start for the race this morning. There you can see the crowd up on the grandstand. That's in the middle of turns 2 and 6. So turns 1 and 2 is the chicane down on the right-hand side there. On the left-hand side, as we looked at it, was turn 6, where they head back up into the old city. The fans delighted to see themselves on the big screen. Look at this grid, looks absolutely superb in this light, in this weather. And with this much talent, competitiveness, and prize money up for grabs, let's not forget, that's what Andreas Simonsen mentioned to John, is that these one-off entrants are here for fun, but also for a bit of cash if there's any to be had. But it's our full season entrants that take up the front row of the grid. The black WRT Audi with the fluorescent yellow markings is Niki Melnov. Alongside him on the front row is the black WRT Audi with the white flashes, and it's the WRT Audi with the red flashes that is Edward Sandstrom in the middle of the pack. The second row of the grid will be the silver Hexis McLaren of Rob Bell. Alongside him, Alexander Sims, the black Boots and Gignon McLaren MP4 12C. The green flag lap gets underway here in Baku. The final round of the 2013 FIA GT Series will see one WRT or two WRT drivers crowned champions. John, who's your money on?
You've got to go with the favourites, Stefan Otelli and Laurens van Thor. They've got the 7-point advantage, and all they've got to do is keep out of trouble. Now, one of the interesting comments was made just simply back in the, I think Nicky Katzberg made it, or others, that in fact Andreas Simonsen, was that thankfully, because of the safety car interventions and the red flags, drivers are discovering that this is a high-speed circuit with a lot of heavy braking, 4 heavy braking zones on the racetrack, plus other less heavy braking, and the brakes are getting a hammering. And I got the feeling from him, and we think, didn't Danny Watts have a problem with brakes with the Porsche?
Yeah, that's true.
So is this going to be a race that's going to be decided by who looks after their brakes the best? Because if you run out of brakes, or you find yourself in a situation where your braking capacity has been significantly impaired because the brakes are just simply overheating, then that's going to add another factor into this race that I hadn't considered, and it was only because of what Andreas Simonsen told me on the grid.
Yep, that's very interesting. Here's a look at the starting grid for the final race of the season. It's Mayer, Melnoff and Ortelli on the front row, both in WRT Audis. The second row of the grid sees Rob Bell alongside Alexander Sims. Two McLarens, different teams, Hexis and Boots and Gignon. Nicky Katzberg is fifth in the BMW Z4. Alongside him is the Pro-Am pole position car of Sergei Afanasiev. Frank Stippler and Edward Sandstrom starting in seventh position, just ahead of the Brazilian BMW of Alain Coder. Marcus Winkelhock, watch out for him. Ninth place, also Nick Tandy alongside him. Frederic Verviche is rapid. Maximilian Buch is the Blancpain Endurance Series champion currently. Patrick Kuhner and Matthias Stumpf have been quick all weekend. Sebastian Loeb's a 9 times World Rally champion. Ollie Webb is a British F3 winner. Ricardo Zonta's an ex-Formula 1 driver. The list goes on and on. De Moustier and Stanisvich will be in 17th and 18th positions, ahead of Thomas and Omri Assid in 20th place. As we head towards the tail end, as we get towards the cars that didn't do particularly well in race one, for example, Philippe Sledecke and Cesar Campanico. Dominic Bauman's car was crashed out. Martin Raginger is going to be quick in the track speed Porsche. Petr Schroes in 25th place. Andy Soucek in 26th position. And then in 27th place will be Andy Zuber in the Sebastian Loeb Racing McLaren MP412C. So we're starting to go 2 by 2. Nicky Meyer-Melnoff slows them down as they come towards the final corner. When they're all lined up and in position, the race will be underway. It'll be a rolling start. It's WRT Audis on the front row of the grid. Ortelli's a little bit behind Nicky Meyer-Melnoff. He gets up alongside now as we wait for the lights to go out here in Baku. It's going to be a challenge to see them. We go green now on the run down to the first corner. It's a good start from Nicky Meyer-Melnoff, but Ortelli's got a great start as well. He's pulling alongside as they come down to turn one. Ortelli leads. There's contact in the middle of the pack. The BMWs are involved. One of the HTP Gravity Charouz Mercedes is involved as well. Oh, there's debris flying everywhere. Everyone somehow survived, but Ortelli it is who's in the lead of the race defending. We go on board with Sebastian Loeb down into the hairpin of turn 3. He tries to send it to the outside. Oh, the BMW spun on the inside. That's Alain Coder facing backwards in the middle of the pack. Everyone takes avoiding action, and Alain Coder will have dropped right to the back of the pack. An action-packed start, but Stefan Ortelli is right where he wants to be, in the lead of the race and the lead of the championship.
Absolutely, the key thing for the two Audis was to get clear of the rest of the pack. We saw the Mercedes of Sergei Afanasiev coming down the outside, also Sebastian Loeb, just quite simply 27 cars on a charge, as we saw there. Starting on
Marcus Winkelhock. Marcus Winkelhock's in third position. What a phenomenal start.
Street racing throws up.
Problem for Rob Bell in the Hexis. A front right puncture, I think, for Rob Bell in the Hexis Racing McLaren. That's a real shame if that turns out to be the case. Okay, there was a bit of bumping and boring, but everyone is pretty much safely through.
Yeah, but we've now got a race of two fields. The first half of the field is pretty clear. The rest of the field's got congested. First of all, down in turns 1 and 2 in the chicane, then down in turn 3, we're getting further action.
Oh, also problem for Mark VDS, Nicky Katzberg. He's in trouble as well by the looks of things.
Smoke coming off the right rear. Also, one of the cars making its way down into turn 13. So that's had contact from behind. Don't know which car it is. Trying to catch it.
Is it? Look, it's Nicky Meyer-Melnoff. It's Nicky Meyer-Melnoff. That's going to put him out of the championship hunt. Oh, what a shame for Nicky. He's got the smoke pouring out the rear right-hand side, and surely he will have to come into the pits now with that.
But how did he get so far down? Was he one of the cars?
He must have been involved at the first corner.
First or second corners.
He's staying out there though. He's not coming into the pits. It looked as though there was a problem with that car. Maybe it's just a bit of tyre rubbing.
Somebody
you saw
did dive
in. The McLaren. It was the Hexis McLaren. So across the line at the end of a frantic lap one, Stefan Ortelli leads. 9/10 of a second clear of Frederic Verviche, who's up into second place. He started 11th on the grid. Marcus Winkelhock is third, having started 9th on the grid. Alexander Sims is fourth in the other Boots and Gignon McLaren. Nick Tandy is in 5th position. Sebastian Loeb, credit to him, up into 6th place. Great stuff from Nick Tandy, actually, in the 41 Porsche to be up into 5th position. There is Sebastian Loeb coming through. 7th is Matthias Stumpf. 8th then is Maximilian Buch. 9th is Ricardo Zonta. 10th is Frank Stippler. So if things stay like this, it'll be Stefan Ortelli and Laurens Van Thor who will be the champions. But we've got 57 minutes of frantic racing to come.
And catching him, yeah, good pair of lungs. Look at the right and the left rear tyre of the BMW, absolutely shredded as a consequence of contact. But Nick Tandy in 5th place in the Porsche, that 50-year-old design, remember, oldest racing car in the world, in fastest first sector. Now we've got Marcus Winkelhock in 3rd place. He's fastest sector 2. That's now changed to Maximilian Buch. So literally, as the race is beginning, on the second lap to slow down, seeing very, very strong performances from those drivers that have got the clearer bits of the racetrack.
Normally it'll be interesting to see that start again, because normally it's the middle of the pack that gets into trouble, but it was more here, second, third and fourth place men that all got involved in the collisions.
Well, there was a good run down into turn one from the second and third row grid seaters. The two front row guys had that lockout, but it was all going on behind. But where Nicky Meyer-Melnoff did finally end up as a consequence of what happened in turns 1 and 2, or probably in his case it was turns 1 and 2, not turn 3. So he's fallen all the way down.
Okay, so as we calm down, Ortelli continues to lead this race, a second clear of Frederic Verviche. Look at this, this is close between Nick Tandy and Alexander Sims in the battle over fourth position. Sims in the Boots and Gignon black McLaren, Tandy the back end weaving on that Porsche as he tries to get it stopped.
But he's also, you can just get the sense of the pace of Nick Tandy in the Porsche car going slowly. Another of the BMs.
Back marking the BM that's just been in the pits, yeah.
But just indicates that the pace, and Marcus Winkelhock having a look, I mean, that is a audacious place to try and show your nose, even just to simply distract the driver, because you can also contact it. Something has caught the side of Winkelhock's car. You can see on the left side some of the either tape or bodywork flapping loose just behind the driver door.
Well, I'd be amazed if he went from 9th to 3rd in all that melee and didn't touch anyone at all. As they come down the back straight then, Winkelhock weaving around behind. The Porsche is also trying to have a look as they come into the hairpin of 13, but because it turns right just before you turn left, it can be quite difficult. Look how close the Porsche is. Does he give him a little love tap there?
Well, he's all over the rear of the McLaren, and clearly Nick Tandy feels he's got the quicker car. He feels that the McLaren is not running at the pace the Porsche is capable of doing, and therefore he's being held up, and his options around this racetrack are fairly limited. The best chance is going to come now on the exit out of the chicane through the flat-out right left-hand turn 16. Try and get into the rear wing of the McLaren ahead of you, and hopefully Alexander Sims doesn't be too combative. Well, he doesn't even need to be, because Nick Tandy didn't get close enough, but he gets close under brakes, and again down into turn 3.
What's happened to Stefan Ortelli? Stefan Ortelli, sorry to interrupt you, he's dropped back into 3rd position. I didn't quite spot what happened there. Oh, and we've got another spin for a BMW. Can't quite make out which one that is, but this is all of a sudden the battle for the race win. How did, well, the race lead at least.
We've been following what's been going on. There are the first and second in the play, Verdash and Marcus Winkelhock. So what happened to Ortelli? Did he make a mistake? Because he was pretty much on his own. He didn't have any pressure from behind.
He was okay, so he lost 3 seconds in the first sector on that last lap, so it must have happened first sector of that last lap. We didn't spot it because we were so engrossed in this battle.
Yes, well, the Porsche as well, Tandy and Alexander. You can see them too quick to go through.
Oh, that's a shame.
That's what's happened there.
Benji Hetherington.
Yep, there's been a contact and the radiator's been punctured.
Sorry, Ollie Webb starting that Fortec Mercedes, a real shame for them. So, Stefan Ortelli has all of a sudden dropped back into 3rd place. He's still in the position to win the championship, but let's keep an eye out for Sims and Tandy. Oh, safety
yellow
car,
flag.
Or is that double wave yellows?
Double wave yellows.
So someone, a moment there for one of the Grasser Racing Lamborghinis. It was Philippe Sledecka who got very close to going off up there at turn 8. So that must be the BMW that slowed up there, and was that damage perhaps on the MRS GT car of Mark Thomas? It's difficult to know where to look at the moment.
The sun now is also very low in terms of where we are, and the colours are both right under our eyes. And but the battle that we've been watching, that was for the lead, and then the battle for 4th place. And Nick Tandy trying to push Alexander Sim as hard as he can, and Mark Winkelhock doing the same with the lead McLaren. Stippler is in 9th place.
Meyer-Melnoff is in 16th place, so this is looking very, very strong for Stefan Ortelli, and plus he's effectively leading the class, so that would be enough for him to win anyway. 52 minutes to go here, and Frederic Verviche in the Boots and Gignon McLaren is leading the way. Marcus Winkelhock is 2nd position at the moment, and right behind him, and Ortelli's not going that quickly, you know. I think the cars behind are closing in on him. On that last lap, he lost 0.2 of a second to Alexander Sims. We'll have a look as they come through the first sector. So I think Ortelli, Sims and Tandy might be right together very soon. Now here's a look at the replay. Oh, goodness me!
Ever a chance of what was going on, and
that's the 10th.
Is that Parisi?
Yes, that's Zuber. So that was much later on. that wasn't what initially caused the damage.
Audi working on the racetrack, so we're probably at some point going to see. We've got yellow flags in that zone, whether it's a general yellow around the racetrack.
There's no yellows down here now. They've all been withdrawn, so they've obviously sorted out whatever the problem was down there. But that was Nicky Meyer-Melnhoff smashing his way past Andy Zuber, and we've got a bit of the curbing come away at the very quick chicane in inverted commas.
I think they're going to have to keep an eye on that, because if one bit of that curbing does break up, then you can be guaranteed.
Safety car deployed.
Yeah, I'm not surprised. That's going to be the beginning of the end of that bit of curbing.
Okay.
It's been very, very aggressive opening laps. I mean, compared to what we saw in the qualifying race, okay, the conditions were much more tricky, but everybody in this, in the championship race, are just driving like it is a championship race.
Exactly. Final race of the season, and that was who's going out the pits? Andy Zuber, I think it was. No, he can't have made it back to the pits, surely. It looks like he has done, so good work from Andy Zuber. Martin Raginger and Grégoire de Moustier didn't make it through that first lap. It looks like Sergei Afanasiev is out of the race as well, as is Nicky Katzberg in the Mark VDS BMW, so all those are shame to lose.
I think it might have been Afanasiev that tagged Nicky Meyer-Melnhoff, because the Mercedes was coming down on the right-hand side of the track. Keep an eye on this. We're going to see it again. Now watch the two Audis blocking out the whole racetrack.
We'll catch up with that in a few moments. There we go. So down into the first corner.
Now it's the Mercedes, I think.
No, that was the contact. You're absolutely right. The Mercedes and the Audi got into each other.
There we are.
Watch that Mercedes.
Oh, the Mercedes
gets hit sideways.
And he goes across. So that is unfortunate. Nicky Meyer-Melnhoff was a complete passenger in that situation, and it just the Mercedes got tagged in behind, shot across the inside of the turn, and then just tagged the back of the Audi of Meyer-Melnhoff.
Now lap 1 is under investigation. The way Marcus Winkelhock made up all those places was by going straight on at the chicane. But he had no choice, I would say, because all the melee was developing around him. And there you can see one of the MRS cars making its way through the chicane to avoid all the dramas. There's Afanasiev going through as well, right at the back of the pack. He's now out of the race, unfortunately, as we are under safety car conditions here in Baku after a frantic opening 10 minutes.
Nuts. I'll not say what. It was mad. I mean, that was mad, that opening sector into turn 1 and 2.
There is Nicky Meyer-Melnhoff. He's coming to the pits now with so much damage on that car. He took a hit to the right, and then he took a hit to the left when he tried to get past Andy Zuber as well.
Yeah, I mean, that was a no-brainer. I mean, why Nicky felt, and what's that
There is Zuber's car, so he obviously didn't make it back.
No, he didn't make it back. And that was a big, I didn't think he could have made it back, because that was a substantial hit on the right-hand side of Zuber's McLaren, and it was like a snooker ball being punched. You know, he didn't find the pocket, he found the wall.
Okay, so let's have a look where we are then. Frédéric Vaviche is leading the way with the Boots and Gignon McLaren. Marcus Winkelhock in second place with the Phoenix Racing Audi. Stefan Otelli third and in the perfect position to win the championship for the WRT Audi team. Sims is in fourth place, Tandy fifth, Loeb sixth. We know that much. Maximilian Buch in the HTP Mercedes has climbed his way up into seventh place, which is good work. Matthias Stump is leading the Pro-Am class in the ACL by Road Drive Lamborghini. Frank Stippler's ninth, Ricardo Zonta's in 10th position. Andy Soucek's done well, actually. He's up into 12th place from the back of the grid. Cesar Campanico's done well as well. And here's a look at the start then. Afanasiev flies around on the outside, but now what happens to Afanasiev? Does he get pushed into that spin? Because he seemed to be sideways down at the first corner. There's the contact on the left-hand side between Afanasiev. Oh, and they have another hit, but it's Winkelhock in the middle. There's just four cars.
I think that, I'm not sure, but I looked like in front of the BMWs might have tagged the back of the Mercedes.
The problem is they were just 4 cars wide going down a motorway into a hairpin.
Absolutely, you got a filter which is not able to take more than 1 car at a time.
There they all are winding through the chicanes. Everyone's safely through that difficult bit, and that filtered them down into single file before they then headed out into the old city. Retiring it, by the sounds of it, makes sense to retire it. Is
I mean, not only
it's bent in there.
Not only did he hit the McLaren, but he also hit the tyre bales, which I think is probably more likely to do damage than the McLaren, having already been hit by on Saturday morning by Edward Sundstrom. Oh, there he is it again. So the damage to the McLaren.
Ambitious move, that one.
Oh, that was never. It was I mean, I say, I don't know what possesses anybody to think they can overtake into turns 14 and 15, because there just simply isn't. the opportunity. Again, it's this thing of going from a wide main straight into a very narrow, over less than half the width of the racetrack at the point where you turn in and then you have to change direction. The tire bales have also got to be repositioned, and if they're not in the precise place, it'll either make a difference. There you can see the damage to the side of Winkelhock's car. That occurred again in that incident somewhere in the opening lap. Not seemingly a problem for Marcus Winkelhock, but it is there. No doubt when they make the pit stop. The pit stop window is going to be opening up, well, fairly shortly.
10 minutes, yep. And there you can see them sending the drivers through the runoff area as they just remove Zuba's car. I don't think they were too worried about the position of Zuba's car. It was mainly deployed to remove the debris on the track, but whilst we've got the safety car conditions, it makes sense to
I mean, I would,
remove the car.
at every occasion, remove a car, even though it might not be directly in the line of fire. You just never know, and I would want to get that car. If I was the owner of the car, I would most definitely want to get it, but you can see the right front of the car is heavily damaged, and it also got a whack on the left side when it was hit and driven literally across the track into the concrete barrier.
So they got Zuba's car out the way.
Well, you might want to turn the wipers off, actually. Now there's the issue they've got to work out. The tyre bale has ripped. Well, that's the curbing, I think, about the curbing, and that's going to have to be fixed. That's going to be the bigger problem than repairing turns 14 and 15 with a tyre bale, because they can't leave those bolts protruding. They've got to remove them or get another bit of curbing and replace it and bolt it back into place.
Okay, so we've got 45 minutes to go in the finale of the FIA GT season. They're still trying to tape up Nicky Melnoff's car. I suppose might as well, if you can fix it, send him back out and he can have some fun. Try and make some more overtakes, perhaps. And it's a shame for Nicky, because I was saying before the race, if anyone was going to win it, other than Ortelli, it was going to be him, because all had to happen was, if the opposite had happened, and Ortelli had been in trouble, and Meyer Melnoff was winning the race, he'd have been the champion.
Well, he's all set to go. The car's off the jack. Final bit of gaffer tape being attached to the offside front of the car, and doesn't appear that there's any structural damage to the car. It was all absorbed within the front of the car, the splitter, the nose. Amazing. I mean, they do build great cars. Now here's the issue that's going to take the time, and in fact I don't think it's a good idea to push the cars through that way, but they can't go straight down because they've got those other curbings which are probably going to be potentially damaging to a car if it goes over them.
This is actually probably where they're meant to be going, this particular chicane.
This is what they are meant to do, but until the whole group of cars, the whole field of the cars goes through the chicane, they can't begin in work. And then they will have about a minute and a half, or a little more, maybe 2 minutes, before the first of the cars finds its way back. So it's a lot of pressure for the circuit organisation to get that repaired as quickly as possible.
There is the Hexus McLaren. Real shame for them, having formed very strongly, and especially Kevin Estre.
Well, I tell you, just on the pit lane, I spoke to a couple of other drivers, and they're very impressed with what he's done in the McLaren. He's come into it, he's had all the success in the Porsche Super Cup, a Porsche in the GT Championship, I beg your pardon, and he's just jumped in and basically outperformed what one would have expected. And he's a very, very strong competitor.
Yep, impressive stuff. Kevin Estre, the 2013 German Porsche Carrera Cup champion. You can see another car coming down now to inspect the repairs. And it's the clerk of the course, as you can see. He's going to have a little look. Oh, I think he's got a hammer.
I think even he's a big, not a screwdriver, a big pair of spanner or something, because he's got to remove the bolts from the inserts that have been placed into the concrete, which then hold the actual curbing in place, and until he can get those removed, he's not going to be able to put into place another, and I'm assuming that they've got a spare. What they might do is just take those bolts out, but then it's going to leave a very sharp edge on that bit of curbing that would normally not be the edge of the curbing. So a lot of work's got to be thought about before they let these cars get back into race conditions.
Well, that's actually taken, well, we might not be done yet, but That took a little bit less time than I thought. I remember.
You know what? Frankly, if I was the clerk of the course, I'd take the whole lot away, because remove the whole lot solves the problem in the first place. By trying to replace the bit of broken curbing, the same thing could happen again. So we tried to take the whole lot away. Pretty much everybody's ignoring it. Yeah. And I mean, it's flat out anyway. So just lance the boil, as they say.
Incident involving cars 10 and 12 is under investigation, which is Andy Zuber and Nicky Meyer-Melnoff.
Well,
surprisingly.
I mean, I don't think Zuber's got anything to be concerned about. From what we saw, certainly in that shot, as they commit the contact, it looked very much like it was Nicky Meyer-Melnoff. Let's be polite and say lack of thought about it.
That's polite.
I mean, could say brain fade, possibly red mist. Obviously, having lost the benefit of being in the front row of the grid,
and losing the chance of winning the championship.
Yes, so I think that's where the old red mist might have begun to descend. So they're hammering, they're trying to use a pair of vice grips or whatever they've got. Here we go again.
Look at this. Oh.
Look, there you see. I mean, Sergei, he really had, he got sideways. He probably put the brakes on, which on the dirty bit of the racetrack that he was on, meaning he was going to lock even with ABS brakes. Well, just going to slide into the car that was coming through as Nicky Meyer-Melnoff, smoke pouring off the back of that car.
Well, I think the problem was it was pretty much 4 wide as they got into the braking zone. There you can see middle of the pack, Winkelhock. It was Verbeek actually. Verbeek was right in the middle of that. The current race leader is now right in the middle of that incident. And in fact, Winkelhock and Verbeek didn't cause the incident perhaps, but it was certainly part of it. And here was the coming down into the hairpin. Ortelli holding on the inside line, and we'll see a spin. Okay, so that's where Katzberg got the damage.
Yeah, he was just tagged in the rear.
No, but Katzberg hit the back of the BMW. The two BMWs came together. Okay. And Katzberg it was who spun out Alain Coder.
Yeah,
which is a shame.
It limped back with a punctured tyre.
So safety car still out here for the final race of the season in the FIA GT Series. At the moment, it looks as though Stefan Ortelli and Laurens van Thor are going to be winning the 2013 drivers' title. Their team have already wrapped up the team's championship. Afanasiev and Simonsen, despite being out of the race, have already wrapped up the Pro-Am championship.
And I think the pit stop window will be open. What is going to be in 3 minutes?
Yeah, it opens at 35, so 4 minutes time until the pit stop window opens.
And they're still not going to have that work finished at this stage.
As you can see what happens. Teams and drivers decide to do.
Well, some of them are getting prepared. Laurens van Thor.
Edward Sandstrom, that is.
Edward Sandstrom.
There's Edward on the side of his
I
helmet.
beg your pardon. I thought it said Laurent. I thought it was Laurent. Got the boots and get my glasses changed. Sandstrom, yes.
About to take over from Frank Stippler.
Yeah, well, he's got a position 9th. Still a long way to go. We don't know what's going to happen. Whether they're going to have to stop the race even to effect a proper track repair. That's a possibility. They could red flag it if they so choose. Let the guys get on. Let the guys get on and repair the thing. They could take the whole lot out because nobody's really bothering with it as a chicane. I don't think this is the option I would choose, letting everybody trundle around behind a safety car for lap after lap after lap.
Here's a replay at the start. Then look, there it is.
Yes.
It's those 5 cars all coming together.
It was the BMW,
and then they go into the back of Afanasiev.
It was the BMW that tagged the back of the Brazil BMW that tagged the back of Afanasiev and the Mercedes, and that set off that chain reaction in the middle of turn 1 to turn 2.
So the safety car still out on circuit. 37.5 minutes to go. It's only a couple of minutes until the pit stop window opens. Board with Sebastian Loeb, as you can see him making his way down towards the hairpin at turn 3. He's keeping some heat in the tyres. As he turns through the left-hander before he hands over to his teammate Alvaro Perrin.
Last GT event for Sebastian Loeb before he goes on to other challenges in motorsport.
Yep, absolutely. He'll be moving with Citroën next year after an impressive season in FIA GT, if not particularly successful.
I think the greatest, I mean, the speed obviously is natural. Car control is just basically phenomenal. It's just the lack of, motor racing experience, the kind of experience that comes second nature to some of the more seasoned competitors. And Sebastian's learning on the hoof, and he's got the speed, but he got caught out. I mean, even something as fundamental in Nagaro at the start of the year, coming into the pit lane to do the driver change. And not only did he loosen the shoulder straps and the seat belts, he actually undid the buckle before he came to a standstill. And that is against regulations. Unfortunately for Sebastian, it was the onboard camera that spotted it. And therefore the stewards became aware of it, and then there was a penalty. And it's that little detail and experience. But he's learned a great deal, and I think in terms of his competition driving in the series this season, he has been a major star.
Pit window has been delayed, so that was unsurprising considering the safety car is out. They don't want, pretty much everyone would come into the pits and it would be chaos.
Well, no, it's not so much the chaos. What it would mean is that if you've got people coming in and out of the pits, then there will be more cars around more of the circuit. When they're behind the safety car, they're all fundamentally at the same area, let's say same sector at one time. Whereas if they all went into the pits and did a pit stop, then they'd be coming out and you'd have cars in all three sectors, and therefore making the job of repairing that up at turns 11 and 12 much more difficult.
Across the line they come to complete the 11th lap. Frédéric Verviche still leading the way, although he didn't trip the lap time sensor this time through, but I'm sure that will be rectified, no problem at all. Less than 35 minutes to go here on the streets of Azerbaijan, the 6th country we've visited this season after France, Belgium, the Netherlands, Slovakia and Spain. And we've had a season of fantastic racing, and this has been a wonderful place to end the season and to finish the championship and to decide the title, which isn't done yet. It's looking like it's Ortelli and Van Thor's, but nothing's over till it's over.
Indeed it is, and I think this is a venue that's going to pick up in terms of interest from other races, other championships, because it is a great venue. I mean, just the location, and it's a stunning location. And as a racetrack, with a little bit of tweaking, a little bit of tuning, for example, here, they could make this segment of corners, they could make that a little bit less, let's say, pedestrian than it is. Very small issues could make big changes, and really this place would sing. I mean, I think it's brilliant to see these GT cars running at high speed, literally coming past pits where they are, the location. I mean, that's the quickest I think we see at any racetrack, maybe bar Silverstone where they do it, or Monza for the Blancpain Endurance Series.
Safety car in this lap. Racing is about to get back underway here in Azerbaijan. The issues are fixed down at the chicane. The safety car's got a massive gap ahead of Frédéric Verviche, so Verviche has really backed the pack up. So that'll give him the ultimate choice of when to drop it and go. There's the changes. They've just essentially shortened the curve that no one was using, so it's not really particularly made any difference.
The only concern I have is that if there's a sharp edge in that curve, that will cut the tire down in a breath. So drivers, when they go across it for the first time, as they're doing now, with the safety car about to come into the pits, and this race will be back underway as Verviche backs the whole grid back up, and really...
When's he going to go?
He's gone now, he's gone.
The safety car's already in the pits, so Verviche is biding his time.
He's gone.
And they come up towards the final chicane. Bit of a gap back to Claudio Stanišević. He hasn't gone yet, John. He's still there. I'm surprised.
He's gone now. Go on, get on with it.
No, he's still. No, he's right at behind. He's going in the pits.
Well spotted, John.
Oh, good work, John. So that means that Marcus Fingerlock decides when to start racing again, and suddenly he goes, oh, hello, will do, and off he goes.
That was a real joker play from Verviche in the lead car.
And it's great stuff from Nick Tandy, because he's trying to get past Alexander Sims, and he does. Up into second position on the run down to the first chicane.
And he's going to have a look at getting first position down into turn 3, because the Porsche seems very strong off the slower corners, goes to the right.
Fingerlock goes
side by side, and this is getting very testy. And Alexander Sim could be the beneficiary of this. So he's if he's had any luck at all.
Yeah, but it doesn't quite work out that way. So Marcus Winkelhock leads. Frederick Vervisch came into the pits. It said, now my only concern is it said pit window. Yeah, I think he did have a problem because it said pit window delayed. It didn't say that they could start again.
I didn't say, I just said he was going in the pit lane. It didn't say the reasons why.
I'm not sure the pit window is officially open because surely they have to declare, if they say it's delayed, they have to declare, there we go, from minute 31 to 21 remaining. The pit isn't open. The pit lane is not open for changes.
They're doing mechanical changes in the car.
But Stefan Ortelli and Laurence Vanthor have come into the pits.
They've gone back out again.
What on earth has gone on here? Frederick Vervisch. What on earth has gone on?
Let's put it this way. First time in Baku, we're working out a few problems.
So, Marcus Winkelhock is leading the race, and we've just had confirmation from Racing Royal. The pit window is not open until now.
It's open now.
Now it is.
Then you can come back in again.
So, Sandstrom, Bell in the Hexis McLaren, and crucially, Laurence Vanthor, they've done their pit stop window, but they're going to have to come back in again.
Well, they get a penalty. They'll get a time penalty or something, or a drive-through penalty, or whatever.
We saw a stop-go penalty for the Audi earlier on today. Well,
so here they're...
Marcus Winkelhock leads anyway. Nick Tandy's in second place. Right up behind him as they come down to the first chicane. Can Tandy get a good exit and trying to attack down into the hairpin? The left-hander at turn 3. He's not going to be quite close enough, I don't think.
I tell you, I think he's going to have a go into turn 4.
Here he goes. No, just at the last minute, Winkelhock comes across.
Watch the acceleration off the corner. He's going to have a go. He's trying to get up alongside the Audi. He can't do it. He's not close enough to make a slingshot down the inside into turn 4 on this occasion. But I think he's going to try it because it is feasible. If you can get alongside the car before you turn, then you're in pound seat.
So Winkelhock continues to lead in the Audi, and that would have caught him unawares as it did all of us. Well, apart from you, John, you spotted Vervisch going into the pits, but that will also be why, as out of the pits now comes Sandstrom, and that's a disaster for them. Because also, if they'd have been fine and stayed out, they went in before the window opened, so they had to come back in. But if that hadn't happened, they have the chance of winning the title now because of Ortelli and Vanthor coming in. Well,
they didn't see the script. That's the trouble. No one gave it to them before. If they'd known that, they wouldn't have popped it, would they?
Now, Marcus Winkelhock has got it together now and has just taken about 0.8 of a second of an advantage over Nick Tandy in that middle sector. The next battle is going to be the third place battle between Alexander Sims and Maximilian Buch in the... Oh, is that problems?
There's a problem with the Porsche. Yeah, there's blue smoke or certainly something coming from the rear quarter or the left rear quarter.
But a drive-through penalty for Marcus Winkelhock and Alexander Sims.
Damage the radiator. That's what's happened.
Sims, Winkelhock and Tandy have all got drive-through penalties as well.
For leaving track, gaining
an advantage on lap 1. Well, that's going to be interesting, because where do you go?
Well, the Porsche is going to retire because it's punctured the radiator and it isn't going to do very many more laps. You can see the steam pouring out of it. Yeah, there we are. The Porsche is always very, very vulnerable to contact right anywhere around the nose. The radiators are so prominent in the front of the car.
So, the news is then that Maximilian Buch is leading this race in the #1 Mercedes, essentially, because the 3 drivers in front of him all have to serve drive-through penalties for leaving the track and gaining advantage on lap 1.
I don't understand why Nick Tandy is still driving at race pace. He must be able to see that steam coming from the bonnet of his Porsche. And, you know, you can go so far, and then that little flat 6 baby is just going to spewing its palm rods, pistons, everything all over the racetrack.
Okay, so there is the track speed Porsche through the right-hander and out back onto the straight. So someone needs to tell Maximilian Buch he can calm down a bit because he's effectively in the lead of the race. There he goes through past Alexander Sims on the entry to turn 10. Good move from Maxi Buch. No one's told him yet, but he is heading down. Black and white warning car for 41 for pushing another car. There is Tandy slowing down now. He knows he's got troubles. So Maximilian Buch is now up into second. He goes very wide, but he's now into second place overall. But that will effectively become the lead of the race when Marcus Winkelhock serves his drive-through penalty. So that means Sebastian Loeb is now effectively in second position. This Sebastian Loeb Racing McLaren we've got turning through the chicane now. So, I mean, this is what a race.
I mean, it's everybody just having their last race of the season in the FIA GT and just forgetting about it, just giving it everything they have and enjoying it. Sadly, so too much contact between cars in the opening lap and the opening corner in effect. But Sebastian Loeb managed to get through all that. He did have damage on his car. We saw that in the qualifying race, and he said in the interview it did make a substantial difference to the handling of the car. That shows you how sensitive. But now what's happening? He's not. No, he's just pulling in. Yeah. I mean, that thing isn't like you can put a tea bag on you around Peru. What a great shame, because that was the one Porsche that we saw that really could bring Porsche to the fore in GT racing, and that very small contact was sufficient to dislodge the radiator hosing, and once that began, there it is. There's the damage to the nose. You can see where the contact was made. It's the Achilles heel of the 911, 997 as it is now, GT3R. It is just stay away from anybody else. If you're going to hit them on the side or hit them with your side, don't hit them with the nose.
Okay, so both track speed Porsches then. We were so excited to have them here, but neither of them will make it through. We were all excited, John, but neither of them are going to make it to the end. Tandy's coming to the pits, Stumper's coming to the pits, so now we just need to wait for Marcus Winkelhock to serve his drive-through penalty, because I think Alexander Sims has. Well, we're not sure at the moment if they've.
Well, Sims came in at the same time as the Porsche.
No, that's true. Okay, so but whether it was a drive-through penalty or a change, we'll have to wait and see. Here comes the Audi into the pits then. Marcus Winkelhock, nothing can quite go right for him. That means Maximilian Buch flashes through into the lead of the race. That Mercedes you just saw come past. Sebastian Loeb then is up into second position. Like somehow Dominic Baumann, whose car crashed out of the race in the qualifying race, they started in 23rd position. He is up into 3rd position, and there you can see, unfortunately, Sergio Jimenez being retired. Into the pits comes Loeb, handing over to Alvaro Parente. They've got a chance of winning this one now, somehow, after starting. Well, you spoke to him on the grid, John, didn't you?
I did, and he thought there was a chance. Certainly when the car is running as it's meant to run, it's a competitive car. Loeb did a great job to get that car into second place. And Alvaro Parente, we know he is probably the most familiar with the McLaren MP412Cs for all the development work that he has done. The car is rolling down the pit lane. So he is going to be out on track, and we just want to know when that car rejoins. And after Maximilian Buch has done, no, he hasn't. He's yet to come in for his pit stops.
Yep, he hasn't changed to hand over to Alan Day, so it's him and Baumann are the two men not to
Well,
come
it's
in.
interesting. You might think that Alvaro Parente and McLaren is likely to be the stronger of that partnership, and you'd like to think that Maximilian Buch is the stronger partner in that circumstance than Alan Day. So you've got McLaren, quick driver, Mercedes, slightly less quick.
Okay, so there is Alvaro Parente now at the wheel of the number 9, Sebastian Loeb racing McLaren. What kind of speed can he do? Can he close in on Maximilian Buch? And when he hands over to Alan Day, can he challenge him?
It's on this opening lap that there is the lead Mercedes. It's coming, it's not just taking out another lap. I think Maximilian Buch and the team realised that they've got to keep Buch in the car for as long as possible, so that when Alan Day gets in, his stint is going to be shorter, surprisingly. But you maximise the best of what you've got to the maximum time available.
A battle between Kevin. Oh, and that's Alvaro Parente. He's gone straight on up at turn 8.
What is Alvaro doing? The car, I noticed the car looked very unstable over the bumps in turn 3. As you went through the corner, it just bump, 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 bump. The back end is sort of very uncomfortable looking. Now, these tires, of course, are having to get up to temperature. But nevertheless, Alvaro looks like he has got to struggle for some strange reason.
So, did he lose positions there? That's going to be the interesting thing. That means that it's a comfortable margin up at the front then for the number 1 HDP Gravity Charouz car, who has struggled a little bit all weekend. Buch and Day have both crashed the car, but this is the Spa 24-hour winner. This is the Nürburgring 6-hour winner, or 1,000 kilometers, wasn't it? So he's a very experienced racer, Maxi Buch. He might be only 20 years old, but he knows what he's doing.
He's very, very capable, very impressive throughout the season. And he's certainly got all the confidence. I mean, for a guy of a very small stature, he's about 5'5", probably weighs a little more than a wringing wet towel. And he's got that confidence, and he's got the feel. That's the key, is having those two qualities to enable him to drive the Mercedes in the manner he does. And he makes it look so effortless.
So Winkelhock is up into second place. Here's the replay.
Way.
That was so fast.
Unbelievable. I mean, just never even overshot the braking zone. I don't know, must have been about 10, 15 meters too late.
Yeah, that was, because a few times we've seen people creep into that runoff zone, but he nailed it. There is Maximilian Buch in the pits. Alan Day down the far end of the pit lane of HTP, closest to our commentary box. Through the left-hander now, around the tree, past WRT there, and Alan Day is getting excited. He knows it's his chance to try and take a second win of the season for the pairing, a third win of the season for the HTP squad, which would be superbly impressive for them to win 3 of the 6 races in FIA GT this season.
One of the benefits of being small is the ease of getting in and out of these cars. They're not easy. There's a lot of tubing, a lot of the road structure. You have to negotiate your way around, then getting the seat belts. Make sure when you come in that the belts are released in the manner in which the driver getting in can get them easily.
So we're hearing that the pit stop for Stefan Ortelli was okay, actually. We have been told that the pit stop window was open when the safety car came in. So a little bit of communication issues here and there with various strange occurrences going on. Alan Day
comes down into turn 1, gets it wrong, and then bumps over the curbing.
So that means Laurens Vanthoor is in second position after all that. I mean, palaver is the only word I can think of. Laurens Vanthoor is in second place. Alvaro Parente is in third place, 12 seconds behind. Dominic Baumann is in fourth position, 9/10 of a second behind Alvaro Parente. Patrick Kuhner is fifth position. Sixth place for Stefan Racina, which would be fourth in the pro class. That would be great stuff for the Gottfried Grasser Racing Lamborghini. Kevin Estra has just done the fastest first sector of anyone. But it's Alan Day who's got a 14-second advantage up at the front. And all that chaos means that really the battle's over third position, because third down to 8th place is covered by just 4 seconds. And Kevin Estra is joining that party as well. He's closing in on them. Well, that last lap he took 4 seconds out of Michael Ammermuller in front. So 3rd to 7th is the battle, but this is the race leader.
Race leader, and he's got, was it 14-second advantage. And we've got 19 minutes of the race remaining. It's a very, very tall task indeed for Laurens Vanthoor to even catch to the tail of the Mercedes, let alone challenge him to take that lead. But anything can happen. We've seen incidents all the way through this championship race, and it's not beyond the reasons. A bound to possibility we could see more, which would then, again, safety car introduced, be absolutely perfect for Laurens Vanthoor, not so ideal for Alan Day. Let's have a look and see the time gap as they come across the line for the first time, as they were running in anger. So it was 14 seconds. Right, it's down to 6.2.
Well, that must have been taken then as Alan Day just had come out of the pit lane, so he probably wasn't up to speed, so it's a lot closer in reality then.
Not only is it closer, he's in visual. There he is. You can both, well, certainly Vanthoor has got a clear vision ahead of him. I don't know whether Alan Day knows precisely which Audi it is behind him, but there's no doubt that Laurens Vanthoor sees that as the race leader, and I'm going to go for it.
Enzo Eid has lost 2 positions on that last lap to Michael Ammermuller and Kevin Estra in what is now the battle over 7th position between Ammermuller and Estra. There's the 3rd place car, then Alvaro Parente, then it's 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th. Here we go, Estra going past Ammermuller for 7th position down into the hairpin. This is where the battles are on the circuit as Parente starts to pull away. It's pretty close between Patrick Kuhner and Stefan Racina. These 2 Lamborghinis, then the McLaren of Kevin Estra and the Nova Driver Audi of Michael Ammermuller.
Well, Kevin Estra is the driver who's made a lot of progress. Certainly in the qualifying race, he was one of the few that were able to make really well-executed, clean overtakes. And he's got speed, and currently he's now in 7th place. He's going to be closing down on Stefano Rosina, and suddenly he could find himself, that group of cars, which is racing together from 4th all the way down to 7th, he could find himself leading that before this race gets to a finish.
Look at these 2 Lamborghinis right together, and Racina's got past Patrick Kuhner now. So Racina is in front of Kuhner as they come into the braking zone for the left-hander of 13. Stefan Racina has won a race already this season, back in the Netherlands. Sorry, it's Zolder, wasn't it, in Belgium? And he's now made his way up into 5th place. And how far in front is Dominic Baumann. That's only 0.8 of a second. Let me just check I've got that right. No, I haven't. Sorry. That's Baumann and Kuna, and then Racina is behind them. I got my Gottfried Grasser Lamborghinis in a muddle there. As they come around the final corner, let's just clarify. Baumann 4th, Kuna 5th, Estra is 6th, so Racina has dropped down to 7th. My apologies for all that.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know why Racina dropped down, because Estra just got past Emma Muller, and then he suddenly gets past Racina pretty much on the same lap. So that McLaren, the Hexus McLaren, last time we were going to see Hexus racing in GT racing, and Kevin Estra doing again a really outstanding drive for the team.
16 minutes to go then here in Baku. 16 minutes left of the FIA GT Series season finale, and this is the battle over 4th position. Dominic Baumann in the Gottfried Grasser Racing Lamborghini against Patrick Kuna in the ACL by Road Drive Lamborghini, and behind them Kevin Estra in the Hexus McLaren, really coming into the fight now.
Gap between first and second down to 4.8 seconds. We've got 15, just under 16 minutes of this race remaining, so it is entirely feasible that we're going to see Laurens van Thor challenging Alain Day, and that could happen within the next 10 minutes.
Certainly could. There we've got Racina coming through. This is a replay of René Rast going past Laurens van Thor. So Rast, the quicker of the two cars at the moment, and that'll be interesting when Rast catches up to the back of Alain Day, because Rast is a lap down. He shouldn't probably really get himself involved, but if he's going quicker than Alain Day, you can bet he's not going to just want to sit behind him. He'll want to try and get past.
No, but I think it's important that that Alain Day and the HTP team, the Mercedes team, realise that Rast is a lap down. Let him go. Don't let him. The danger is if they let him go, then he might then try to back the Mercedes into Laurens van Thor. So those are the things teams are going to work out on the pit lane, to see whether you push your driver to stay ahead of a guy a lap down but much quicker on a lap, or you let him go and then take the possibility that he might back you into the car that really could win the race overall.
Edvin Sandstrom's just on the fastest first sector of anyone. Here comes, look at that, Estra's already past Patrick Kuna, and now he's right out behind Dominic Baumann as they come across the line. He got that done in the final sector, I think, on that last lap, did Kevin Estra. And now, look at that, he's right up on the back of Baumann. That's good news for Baumann in a way, because he's now holding the lead of the Pro-Am class comfortably, because he and Patrick Kuna were battling over that. And that's now given him a good, solid 2.5 or so advantage. As Estra turns into the left-hander, heads down Agil Guliev Street.
Just
the right-hander at the bottom of the hill.
I hope you can keep an eye on this, because I've been curious to see where Kevin Estra has been making all these manoeuvres. Certainly he's got the confidence to do so, and coming through turn 10, getting close to the back of the Lamborghini, and it's going to be a pop down the inside. He's going to go one way, he's going to try and dive back, but the Lamborghini's making it awkward, but he's going to get he's got alongside. He's done it. I mean, that's just confidence. I mean, the car is a good car, but he's using it in a way I've never seen the McLaren driven here this weekend.
Yeah, very impressive stuff from Estra. That must have been how he got past Patrick Kuna as well on the last lap. Meanwhile, the gap at the front has stabilised at 4.9 seconds. That last lap, in fact, Van Thor was slightly slower. He got passed by his teammate, so he would have lost a couple of tenths there, so that's where the time went. But it looks as though Alain Day at the moment has got this one under control at the top of the field. Kevin Estra now up into 3rd place.
Yeah, and the thing is, he's only 5.3 seconds behind Alvaro Parent in what is, by all accounts, the factory driver in a extremely well-funded and run team, Sebastian Loeb's team. So if Kevin Estra can run down Alvaro Parent in, what, 12, just under 13 minutes, that's going to be a little bit of an awkward moment, I think, in a debriefing.
So René Rast is unlapping himself, and there we go, from the race leader. René Rast now in front, and he's going to leg it. And how much time will Alain Day have lost there? That'll be interesting. Car 50 has a drive-through penalty. Federico Leo for a pit lane infringement.
Well, it's good to see that René Rast is not going to back the Mercedes up into the arms of Laurens van Thor. He's off on his own, doing his own thing, and that's the kind of sportsmanship one might suggest that you would like to see in a championship battle. It's not always the case, but in this one it looks like Audi and René Rast are doing what is the right thing to do.
Yeah, absolutely. The sun begins to set over the far end of the mountains. 12 minutes to go here in Azerbaijan. And What can Alan Day do to hold on? He's lost 2 seconds to Van Thor in that first sector, so that'll have been where
it was overtake.
Rass got past. Yeah. So that means the gap will be about 3 seconds. So if Van Thor can find the pace, he might be able to close in, but he doesn't want to do anything stupid, because if he remains like this, he will be the champion along with Stefan Otelli for the season. As we cut back now to Ammermuller in the middle of that pack, up behind Racina and in front of the Phoenix Audi of Enzo Eid, that has been second in this race at one point, but he's now down in 9th position. This is 7th, 8th and 9th places flashing over the start-finish line, and it's been great to see these GT cars really do battle.
Gap between first and second, 2.8 seconds and 11 minutes remaining.
Through the first chicane, down towards the hairpin at turn 3. They're closing in on the back marker of Ilya Melnikov. Hopefully Ilya will move out of the way. The Russian driver, the second Russian driver this weekend.
Just interesting, Kevin Estre, 4th place, last lap 143.7. Alvaro Perez, 3rd place, 144.4. 7/10 of a second quicker is the Hexus McLaren than the Sebastian Loeb Racing.
Up into the old city they come. Enzo E's looking racy. He's not going to try. Look into there. Oh, can he get it stopped? The car's weaving around. Just about gets the job done, does Enzo. And now down Agil Guliev Street through the right-hand junction, back out onto the E119 as they head back through the right-hander at turn 10. That's very quick, even quicker now. You don't even have to pretend to take that chicane. There's Thierry Boutsen on the right-hand side. He has been part of getting this whole Baku street event together. His Boutsen and Gignon cars haven't had the best of times. Sims is down in 12th place. Look how close Enzo Eid is.
Enzo Eid just hit the back of Michael Ammermuller. Well, I tell you, Michael Ammermuller and Enzo Eid together are going to be an amusing pairing to watch. And that was a message to Michael Ammermuller from young Enzo to say, I'm quicker than you and I want you to let me go through. Michael Ammermuller doesn't do that.
Enzo took a few laps to get up to speed, really, I think. He lost a lot of ground in the early laps, but now he's got his head in the zone. Look at this, the battle for the lead is closing in. It's only, well, it was well, that's interesting. It was 2.8 seconds.
Yeah, on the previous lap, both
but they're
drivers,
only in the first sector.
Yeah, but on the previous lap, both drivers had done the same time. So the gap probably at that point was very little change from when it was in the former lap. But
yeah,
now,
this is half a second, John.
Yeah, I agree, but that's the fact.
But that's 2 seconds will have been taken out in the first sector here. Yep, a 55.9. So Alan Day's made a mistake in the first sector.
Absolutely.
And now that allows Laurens Vanthoor to be right behind him. Maybe Day's got a problem because he's letting him through.
I suspect he might have picked up a puncture or cut a tyre. That's one of the problems with the way the curbing has been left in the 11 and 12 section of the circuit. And as Alain Day now going to have to make a pit stop, because clearly you could see an acceleration at a turn 9 up through turn 10, that the pace that the Audi had, it wasn't just acceleration. There's a problem for Alain Day with the Mercedes.
So out of the hairpin comes Alan Day. That means that Laurens Vanthoor and Stefan Otelli are into the lead of this race. It looked for a moment as though they'd be pretty much out of it, but now they are in the lead of it. What a topsy-turvy afternoon we've had. What a topsy-turvy weekend we've had here in Baku. He's staying out, though, the Mercedes, so it must be nothing, you know, too serious.
The thing that made me worry was that his acceleration out of turn 9 up to turn 10, the Audi just gobbled it up and had no problem getting past, which under normal circumstances you would not expect to see happening.
Down towards the hairpin of turn 3. Laurens Vanthoor pulling away. This is surely going to allow Alvaro Perez up into second place. How far behind is Kevin Estre? He's only...
Again, that's the back end of the McLaren. You know, if it's in control, it's fine. If it starts to lose brake traction, then it's a handful.
Patrick Kuhn has come into the pits, which is a shame. So that means Michael Ammermuller is now in the second position in the Pro-Am class. But Kevin Estre is only 5 seconds or so behind Alan Day now, and will be lapping about 7 seconds a lap quicker by the looks of things. So I think we could see Kevin Estre on the podium, which will be ridiculous considering Rob Bell had to come into the pits on the opening lap after getting involved in all that shunting.
Nothing surprises me, but I think the one thing that has surprised me is the pace of Kevin Estre this weekend in the McLaren. To me, he's been the outstanding driver. There's the Lamborghini. That's is that a stop, or is it having a problem getting the car rolling again? Yeah.
Doesn't sound healthy,
no,
does
it does not sound healthy at all. Not at all. So there's the gap between second and third. It was 2.1 seconds when they came across the line at the end of the 25th lap.
Mercedes has picked up his pace a little bit now, hasn't it?
Strange.
Why is René Rast now behind Laurens Vanthoor? Wonder what's happened there, unless they're thinking of a photo finish across the line. We'll have to wait and see.
Find that one out later.
Into the chicane they come, but certainly René Rast has backed off on that last lap. Yeah, he lost 12 seconds, so I presume he's just backed off to let his teammate through, so it'll look nice and pretty across the line, or perhaps to give him a buffer.
It's a buffer, that's what it is. They're concerned potentially that, I mean, we don't know if anybody's having a brake problem. We did allude to some of the drivers, and in fact Andreas Simonsen, who was in that Mercedes that triggered the whole incident in turn 1 on the opening lap, suggested that brake problems may be an issue, and because the temperatures now are much warmer than they were for the qualifying race, and because we've only had that one interlude with the safety car, it may be that a number of people are struggling with what would be principally a long brake pedal, and although these cars are on ABS, it is not a nice feeling when you know the brake pedal is not performing as it should do.
It could well be that, because for Alan Day, because the Mercedes had trouble at the 1,000 kilometres of the Nürburgring, they had to change their brake pads there.
Yes, a number of teams, Audi did as well, but the Mercedes, I think, was the first to actually do it. They wave yellow flag. Now, what is that all about down
That's
there?
because there's a screw loose at turn 11 on that exit of that chicane.
And that's a screw loose in the tarmac.
Yes, exactly. Not in the commentary box at the minute. And look, here's Kevin Estre. He's right into the party now as he tries to get past the Lamborghini. There's the Mercedes, followed by the McLaren. Then the other McLaren of Kevin Estre coming up the hill. Sebastian Loeb trying to see the television. I'm doing something very similar in the commentary box right now.
And
but we've got less than 5 minutes to go.
Sebastian Loeb is going to be held up by the Mercedes, and the run has gone to Kevin Estre. Watch Kevin Estre coming through turn 16, then the run down into turn 1. He's going to get a run at Alvaro Perez to take away that second place. Perez's going to go defensive, but is Estre, no, he's not close enough to make a punt at this particular occasion, but he's got a number of parts of the track where he's done it cleanly and successfully.
But here they come then. Is Alan Day going to fight them? He seemed to let Laurens Vanthoor go through fairly comfortably. Here comes the look from Perez. That's a bit of a lunge. Is he going to get that stop? He is. Kevin Estre shows his nose up the inside. Oh, Perez getting spun around here. He goes into Estre. Estre goes through. Alan Day did not realise Kevin Estre was up the inside there. And Sebastian Loeb, unimpressed.
Well, I mean, it was a very, very tight squeeze. Kevin Estre got the car right in against the wall and may well have been blindsided because Alan Day couldn't have seen it, but there we see what's happened, and the potential damage to the back of the McLaren. Now talk about Alvaro Perez, and he's still behind the Mercedes, and Kevin Estre's gone through.
Yep, so second position, I should say, for Kevin Estre.
Bodywork,
yeah,
that right?
Unsurprising.
Left front is just about hanging in there with 3.5 minutes to go. It'll be okay until the end.
No problems at all. Turn 10, they take pretty much flat out, and then down the hill. Estre's gone. Estre's on his way. Can Kevin Estre win this race? He's about 2 seconds behind race leader Laurens Vanthoor, and has that last lap. Vanthoor did a 48.9, Estre did a 44.2.
Look again, down the inside.
But the Mercedes doesn't know that second McLaren's in there.
And in a sense, it was because Kevin Estre was on the inside that Alan Day he had nowhere to go. He couldn't turn right. Well, there's the bodywork now falling off the McLaren. You can see the left front, that bodywork has actually been, just the pressure of the wind has peeled it back. But we've got just 2 3/4 minutes remaining. Now it's rubbing on the tyre, so that's going to be another problem for Alvaro Perez. Will that tyre sustain the rub that it's getting from the bodywork? Could it be carbon fibre? Could it be the wooden plank that's attached under the nose of the car?
This is the penultimate lap of the race, and Kevin Estre is only 2.6 seconds behind Laurens Vanthoor, but he's got René Rast in between him and Vanthoor. That could be the crucial thing for WRT, and actually that's impressive from WRT that they dropped René Rast back to act as this buffer, because that could be the thing that wins them this race.
Last lap, Laurens Vanthoor, 1:44.4. Kevin Estre
45.3 on that last lap.
Yeah, and so there's 4/10 of a second gap. So,
whilst Estre was having a crash as well. But Kevin Estre surely is going to have trouble getting past René Rast.
Well, there you are.
See.
Yes, indeed. And that's the reason why René Rast did drop back. He was running as a shotgun to Laurens van Voor to protect him. And we know the pace that René Rast has had in this race. We've seen it. So, and even now, Alain Day has consolidated his third place. Alvaro Parent not really able to challenge the damage to the left front of the bodywork in that car. So up the hill one more time, and then it will be the checkered flag. Kevin Estre has driven a stunning race for Hexus in their McLaren and run down the lead Audi, and now the protecting car of René Rast. Stefan Otelli.
Deep breath. He's won championships before, Stefan Otelli, including the Porsche Super Cup Championship. Laurens van Voor has had a very successful racing career as well. German F3 champion in 2009. He dominated it, really, beating the likes of Stef Dusseldorp and Marcus Pommer. But it looks as though he's about to add the FIA GT Series title to his credentials. Superb stuff from Kevin Estre. The incident between 9-1 and 27 is under investigation, so I hope that doesn't come down in the form of a penalty to Kevin Estre, because he has been absolutely superb, sublime this weekend. So what can... Well, there's nothing Estre can do getting past René Rast here, and we'll have to see if that's within the rules. I mean, I'm sure it is, but if that itself is, but if Rast doesn't yield to the blue flags, then that in itself is not in the rules. But will there be blue flags out there? Because it's very difficult when you're a marshal to read the race through turn 10. And Mike Parisi also hasn't been able to get past Alain Day, so what has happened to Alain Day, I'm not quite sure. That's great to see. Ortelli and Stippler embracing. They battled hard for the championship, but they weren't quite able to do it, Stippler and Sandstrom. They're going to finish this race in 12th position, which is 9th overall. Here comes Laurens van Voor into the final corner. A difficult race. Somehow he has won it, and somehow he and Stefan Ortelli are the 2013 FIA GT Series champions. An incredible race to end the season. Chaos on the streets of Baku when there isn't a racetrack. Chaos on the streets of Baku when there is a racetrack. It's been absolutely superb. Laurens van Voor and Stefan Ortelli win the championship. Chaos in the Audi pits as well. Pierre Dieudonné and Stefan Ortelli embrace. Tears from Pierre Dieudonné. Battle still to be resolved. Here comes Rosina, Ammermuller and Eid. They've been battling hard. Oh no, not Eid. Alexander Sims got through. Donuts for Laurens van Voor, for the crowd here in Baku. Brilliant stuff from Van Voor. Their first race together in the GT1 World Championship last year. They took victory in Nogaro. It seemed from then on it was a partnership that was destined to do well, and it has become that. Another international title for Stefan Ortelli. One of the most enthusiastic and passionate men you'll ever meet, Ortelli. Van Voor, on the other hand, a much calmer man. But together they work. Don't know what happened to Alain Day. Weird, wasn't it? Seemed to lose pace and then gain it again in order to battle with the other guys.
I think I want to see the car. Ça va pour toi? Steph, it's just...
Hugs all around in the WRT pit.
So much emotion, Steph.
I'm so proud of the team.
Superb stuff from Laurens Vanthoor and Stefan Ortelli. The Azerbaijani flags wave. They have seen a cracker of a race. Stefan Ortelli said he wanted a classic, and frankly, he might have got it, you know. Vanthoor led the race, Ortelli led the race, Day led the race, Boot led the race. Sims was up there, Vingelhock led the race. Great stuff from Laurens Vanthoor, the 2013 FIA GT Series champion. And disappointment for Edward Sandstrom and Frank Stippler as well. But that man, Kevin Estre, the man about to climb out of the car, absolutely top job from him. Wonderful. And Hexis are delighted. What a way to sign off their motorsport career, as it were. But here comes Laurens Vanthoor. Ortelli kisses the car. Great to see such great to see such camaraderie within WRT. Superb stuff. A great drive from Vanthoor as well, because when he got in the car, he was hardly up at the front. He had to fight for that. He managed to make moves. He managed to gain the positions. Possibly troubles for Alan Day, but he managed to keep it all together. And fittingly as well, it's actually their first race win of the season. They've won qualifying races twice in Belgium and Zandvoort, I should say, but they've never actually won the main race. Now they have, and they're the Blancpain Endurance Series champions. They were John.
Laurens Vanthoor, Stefan Ortelli trying to get hold of these two guys. Congratulations, what a day, what a drive.
Sorry?
What a wonderful day for you, congratulations, but what a race.
Yeah, I honestly didn't understand anything about the race. They sent me I was P1, they say, yeah, you're kidding me, but apparently yes, and I don't know what happened, and I was just driving to save everything, not to make any mistakes, not to touch anything, because we wanted to win the championship with Audi and WRT, and that's what we did, and that's everything what matters, and the win is great, so speechless.
Stefan, congratulations, but what a crazy opening lap.
Yeah. I'm not thinking about this first lap. I'm thinking about street circuit. It's always harder, and it's the fourth title in 4 years for WRT Audi, and we are just proud to be part of this family, part of this team. The first lap was difficult, but at the same time fantastic. And then I had yeah, it's difficult to do the job you have to do for a championship when you are in a street circuit. Bravo, Laurent. Wow.
Yeah, speechless. I almost died in the first corner because I think they missed him by some inches, and nothing to say.
Congratulations, fantastic season for you, and enjoy the rest of the evening.
Laurens Vanthoor, I didn't understand anything about the race. Joined the club, Laurens. Absolutely incredible end to the season, and look at the media all down there. It's a real scrum. Poor Sunny from RTL not really getting much space in there to get her questions in. As the sun begins to go down here in Baku over what has been a phenomenal street circuit, and we can now hear from perhaps the man of the race. They're the man of the championships, but this is Kevin Estre.
Kevin, fantastic drive through the field, finished third place in a very battered and bruised McLaren.
Yeah, it was a crazy race. Rob get hits at the first corner, so we lost a lot of place, and then we had a puncture on the front right, so he had to pit, so we were last. Then came the safety car. Then Rob pit in, and then I pushed all what I could, and I overtook a lot of cars, and at the end we made it on the podium. So it's really crazy because we were really far after the first pit stop, and the car was fantastic. Was not looking so good because there are a lot of parts broken, but at the end I could make some really good overtaking, and yeah, made it on the podium. So I'm really happy for the team because they did a fantastic job on every pit stop the whole weekend, and it's obviously the last race, so for them to give them a podium, it's just fantastic, and that's what we wanted.
Very tight down at turn 3. You, Alvaro Parent and Alon Day, a real squeeze down there.
Yeah, I mean, Alon closed a little bit, then Alvaro gets at the last moment inside. Then I went in the rear from Alvaro, and then the Mercedes just touched me on the side, and I think it pushed him to Alvaro, and Alvaro spun, or I don't know, he had a big moment and he touched really hard on my door. I was scared to break something, but yeah, door is completely broken, but nothing was broken on the wheels, so I could finish and made it to the end.
Well done. Rob, you must be delighted with the result.
Yeah, fantastic result. You know, it was a bit of a pinball at the start, to be honest. The Audi on pole made a right mess of it. He didn't go, and then I got hit by a BMW, and from there we were in trouble. And but we used our heads. We pitted at the right time, and Kevin did a fantastic job coming through. So from where we were, it was. I think the team this weekend were the best team here, for sure. So it's nice to be on the podium.
Do you realise you mightn't have done another lap, because when the car came in, there was a small spray of water coming out of the right-hand rear radiator?
Yeah. Well, that's okay. We didn't have to do another lap, so that was perfection.
Excellent. Well enjoyed. Congratulations.
Great second-place finish for Kevin Estre and Rob Bell. Here's the incident they were talking about. Perret makes the move, and then Estre sees the gap, goes for it, and then there's a bit of contact in there, and they all come together. It's difficult to quite tell because of the bouncing on the corner. The cars all bounce through there, so you can normally tell contact because of a movement with the shunt, but we'll leave that one up to the stewards. Let's hear from Maximilian Buch and Alan Day.
Max, we thought Mercedes were going to be in the winner's podium. You got second place, but hard day's work.
Third place.
Third place?
Yeah.
Hard day's work.
I don't know, to be honest. First two corners were a pretty mess, and I don't know really how I did not get any touch on the car. I don't really know, but after that the car was quite good. Yeah, and then after the pit stop I thought we can manage to hold on P1, but then we had some alarms in the car, but overall I'm quite happy.
Alain, it was very close down in turn 3 with Alvaro Parent and Kevin Estre. What's your version of it?
Yeah, Alvaro came in, he passed me, I was letting him enough room, space, but then Kevin Estre just came so aggressively, and then I saw Alvaro start spinning. I'm pretty sure I was trying to avoid any contact, anything, but yeah, Estre just came in too quick, too aggressive, and it came into a mess, and it's.
Can you explain to us, we saw when Laurens van Thor overtook you coming out of, or going into turn 10, he just seemed to have more straight line acceleration. We didn't know whether you had a problem.
For 2 laps exactly, I had the alarm on the car, and somehow, I don't really know, but when the alarm is coming on, the engine is cutting.
You are having just half of the cylinder?
Yeah, half, and yeah, I lost all the straight line speed, and Van Thor could pass me quite easily, which is a bit frustrating, you know. I had quite good, nice lead. I think I could have had the lead, the win, you know, but that's motorsport.
Anyway, you've got a great season. Are you back together again for next year, or is it too soon to know?
I don't know.
Well, that's the best answer I'm going to get out of you. Many thanks. Well done, guys.
Watty doing the interviews as they all head off now to the interviews and to the podium, I should say. Max Buch and Laurens van Thor, little handshake, high five at the end of what has been a tough season for everyone involved. Here's a look at the results after 30 laps of frantic racing. Stefan Ortelli and Laurens Vanthoor win the race and win the championship with their first championship race win of the season. Rob Bell and Kevin Estre finishing second for Hex's McLaren. Superb stuff for them. Max Buch and Alan Day finishing in third place, and that may well push them up into third place in the championship, but we'll have to wait and see. Dominic Baumann and Harry Prochik finishing in fifth place and winning the Pro-Am class ahead of Stefan Rosina and Philippe Sledecka, who I think will be very happy with a sixth place finish, considering they started 21st on the grid. It was so topsy-turvy. Claudio Stanisic and Federico Leo doing a great job to finish in 13th place and win the Gentleman Trophy ahead of Patrick Kuhn and Matej Stump. Vermonov and René Rast started on pole position, finished in 15th position in a race that they were hoping would be a procession, but it was anything but that. Ricardo Zonta and Sergio Jimenez didn't make it to the end. We only had 16 finishes in what became a race of attrition. We can now hear from Sebastian Loeb. It's been fantastic to have him here this season. He's with John.
Sebastian, in a final race of the season, a bit more like a boxing tournament than a motor race.
Yeah, it was a tricky race again. The track is really complicated with concrete walls everywhere, so it's always a lot of crashes. The start was really tricky, a lot of cars in everywhere. So we went through. Finally, we finished on the fourth place. Starting 14 is not so bad. We didn't break completely the car, just some little pieces, so it's okay.
We saw on television your face when the contact between Alain Day and Kevin Estre, and it didn't look like you were very happy about those moves.
No, because it was not fair. Alvaro did a great overtaking, and he was really in front, and then they pushed him in the corner. So, yeah, that's not fair. But so for sure, I was not happy when I saw that on the TV.
Well, come back sometime in the future and entertain us. It's been great to have you here.
Good to hear from Sebastian. Unhappy with that moment, but perhaps reasonably happy with how his season has progressed. It's been a strong performance from him and Alvaro Parent. Not the championship challenge they would have hoped for and are capable of, but a decent effort nevertheless. Here's the final points then. Stefan Ortelli and Laurens Vanthoor win the FIA GT Series of 2013. Edward Sandstrom and Frank Stippler finish in second place ahead of Nicky Meyer-Melnhof with Alan Day fourth. Sebastian Loeb and Alvaro Parent finishing fifth in the championship. René Rast drops down to sixth place. Maxi Buch with that third place finish finishes in seventh position ahead of Mike Parisi and Andy Zuber, whose race ended very early on after an aggressive manoeuvre from Nicky Meyer-Melnhof. Stefan Rosina finishes ninth in the championship, which I think he'll be pretty happy with, considering he hasn't competed in many of the rounds this season. Caca Bueno and Alan Cadet, the highest finishing Team Brazil guys, along with Sergio Jimenez. A shame that BMW Team Brazil couldn't find more pace. The pace was there at certain times, but it wouldn't all come together for them, unfortunately. Enzo Eid finishing in 16th position. Rob Bell and Kevin Estre don't actually pick up points because they are one-time entrants, so that 18th position for their 22 points doesn't really count. As far as the team's classification is concerned, Belgian Audi Club wrapped up the championship earlier on, defeating Sebastian Loeb Racing comfortably in the end. BMW Sports Trophy Team Brazil finishing in third position ahead of HDP Gravity Series. 1 point this season as well for the Lamborghini Blancpain Rider squad. Beautiful blue sky over the Caspian Sea, and the champions are on the top step. Stefan Ortelli and Laurens Vanthoor are on the steps up to the big flag, the national flag. Second place is Hexis Racing. Kevin Estre and Rob Bell doing a superb job. A huge cheer from everyone in the paddock. They realise what a phenomenal achievement Hexis have made, what a great impression they've made. And they're second. HDP Gravity Series finishing third. Alan Day and Maximilian Buch climbing up onto the third step. And well done to Vincent Vos as well, team manager of the WRT squad. And we'll now have the Belgian national anthem.
Belgian national anthem, ladies and gentlemen, for our
Great to hear the Belgian national anthem for Stefan Otelli and Laurens van Thor. Look at that, what a shot that is of the podium. Now the trophies will be awarded. First of all to Maximilian Buch and Alan Day, Hugo de Silva, event manager at Blancpain, handing out the trophies. I think they'll be happy with that. Look at that. Here come the Azerbaijani flags up the steps. And then the second place trophies awarded by Tatiana Solsenbacher, organiser for Aztexina, who have been a great partner for this Baku street circuit race. And now the race winners, Laurens van Thor and Stefan Otelli.
Congratulations to our winning drivers of the main race here in Baku, to Stefan Otelli.
The president of Aztexnica hands over the trophies to our race winners and champions of 2013.
And of course, we also have a trophy for our winning team, presented by Mr. Abulfas Melikov.
And also a trophy to be handed to Vincent Vos, Abulfas Melikov, vice president of Aztexnica. Vincent is urged onto the top step, and well, he might be. WRT, a phenomenal team.
Thank you very much.
As they pose for the photo, we'll then have the champagne, the Azerbaijani flags flying high. And now it's time for the champagne. I don't think the Azeri girls have seen champagne spray before. They've just about figured it out. They've got out of the way. Stefan Otelli and Laurens van Thor, the champions of the season. Absolutely superb performance throughout the year. Consistency and speed is what you need to win the FIA GT Series.
Thanks.
And they've had both.
I'm too old for this.
Have you heard that? But Laurens van Thor muttering, "I'm too old for this," which I don't think is strictly true, considering he and his teammate as they run down the steps now. That's the back of the paddock you can see in front, the sun setting over the mountains behind. As the podium presentation is completed in National Flag Square. And there'll be a lot of celebrations, no doubt. Next up, we'll have the Pro-Am classifications. And this is how the Pro-Am season finished. Sergei Afanasyev and Andreas Simonsen winning, only 3 points clear of Harry Prochek in the end, so that retirement for Afanasyev is a good job. They wrapped it up yesterday. Dominic Baumann finishing in 3rd place. Cesar Campanico 4th in the standings, with Wolfgang Wright and Alex Bunkum 5th and 6th. Matthias Stump couldn't finish on the podium, unfortunately, and so as a result he doesn't finish any higher than 7th in the standings, ahead of Carlos Vieira, Patrick Kuna, Lucas Ordonez and Michael Ammuller completing top selection. There's Dominic Baumann on the left-hand side, Harry Prochek on the right, Cesar Campanico and Michael Ammuller in 2nd position. A difficult race yesterday for those two. Michael Ammuller missed the pit window. And then 3rd place to one of our guest entries for this weekend, a team that have performed very strongly in the Blancpain Endurance Series this year, Henri Assid and Anthony Beltoise, with a great drive.
So here we have the winning drivers in the Gentleman Trophy from AF Course.
So we will also have the winners of the Gentleman Trophy. Claudio Stanovic there, nearest to us, alongside Federico Leo, and the AF Corsa representative. And now it's the national anthem of Austria for Grasser Racing. A brilliant moment for Gottfried Grasser and his team as they take the victory. Their second win of the season, having taken victory in Zandvoort. Harry Prochik and Dominic Baumann. Now the presentation of the trophies for Baumann and Prochik. Great to have had Dominic Baumann in the series this year. He's been very impressive indeed. And Harry Prochik is great fun alongside him. There, of course, is first of all the Gentleman Trophy Awards. Claudio Stanišević and Federico Leo. Great to have Federico here as well. He won the FIA Formula 3 European Championship alongside Francesco Castellacci in 2011. So it's very nice to have him here for the series finale of 2013. Henri Acide and Anthony Beltoise will receive their trophies, all finishing in third position. Great that TDS Racing have made it here, and I think they'll be very happy that they've come. And now second place, Cesar Campanico and Michael Ammermüller. Second place of the season. Tatiana Solzenbacher handing over the trophies. They finished second in Zolder and in Slovakia, did Cesar Campanico. Won the race in Nogaro at the opening round of the season. It's only second place today, but here are the winners' trophies for the second time this year. Dominic Baumann and Harry Prochik. Prochik going so close to the title, but the Austrians will have to settle for second in the Pro-Am Championship. Oh, and the champagne's gone already. And here is Gottfried Grasser. Let's give a big... everyone's ignoring Gottfried Grasser. Look at him on the left-hand side of the podium there. He's just been given his trophy. He's a great guy, and he's built a very good team. They finished 5th and 6th overall, which I think they'll be very happy with. So they just want the trophies and the photos with the trophies, but Beltoise and Acide have gone on a journey.
That is important for our official podium photo. Of course, we will wait for that.
Now they're back.
We'll also see the champagne in Pro-Am.
A really good battle in Pro-Am this year. There won't be a Pro-Am category next season. It'll all be one singular class. And actually, quite often, the Pro-Am guys have been able to compete with the Pro guys, as we've seen today. 5th overall for Baumann and Prochik, ahead of the likes of Alexander Sims, ahead of the likes of Oliver Turvey, ahead of the WRT guys, the Phoenix guys, the BMW Team Brazil guys. So they have every right to be in the championship in the top class. There you can see the Pro-Am category standings. HTP Gravity Cheroux dominating the standings ahead of the Nissan GT Academy Team RJN, who unfortunately couldn't make it here this weekend. Real shame, but they had clashing commitments in Japan. ACL by Road Drive finishing in 3rd place in the standings ahead of Von Ryan Racing and Team Nova Driver, who picked up a point. What has been an entertaining season in the Pro-Am category. There's a look over the bay to the other side of Baku. That's the kind of airport side of this lovely city, host to 2.2 million locals. The Eurovision Song Contest was here in 2012 that started to put Baku on the map. The Swedes won that day, but the Swede Edward Sandström does not win today. It's
here on the podium. So those are the 3rd place drivers.
Now we're having
the Baku World Challenge. So
the 3rd place drivers on the Baku World Challenge.
From Hexes Racing,
Alan Day and
Robert Bell and Kevin Estre.
Maximilian Buch, their 2nd place men, Kevin Estre and Rob Bell. And I think we're going to have Laurence Van Thor and Stefan Ortelli, the winners of the 1st ever Baku World Challenge. Onto the top step they come, the Baku World Challenge, part of the FIA GT Series this season, essentially, for this weekend. And hopefully we'll be coming back here for years to come, because If the races are all like today, it's going to be very entertaining. And now it's time for the prize money. 25,000 euros for Alan Day and Maximilian Buch. I'm sure they'll share it out evenly amongst the team. Second place for Hexis Racing, Kevin Estre and Rob Bell. Great little dividend for the end of the Hexis Racing team. 50,000 euros. And now Stefan Ortelli and Laurens Vanthoor are going to get the big one. Here we go. 100,000 euros for Laurens Vanthoor and Stefan Ortelli. That's why everyone was going for it in the closing stages. They wanted to get their hands on the cash. The confetti flies. Vanthoor and Ortelli, the 2013 champions and the winners of the Baku World Challenge. What a great weekend we've had here in Baku. There have been challenges, no doubt. Vanthoor tries to steal the check. There have been challenges this weekend, plenty of them, but it's been absolutely superb coming here nevertheless. As we look at the flag once more, there is the Gentleman Trophy points. Petr Šaruz and Jan Stovicek winning the Gentleman Trophy this season. Claudio Stanisic finishing in second place, with Michele Rugolo, who's been very impressive, finishing in third position. Federico Leo finishing in fourth place. We had Barthez appear at the first event of the season. So that's it for the FIA GT Series of 2013. As we look at the team points, HTP Gravity Šaruz winning that classification as well, although that's actually the Pro-Am standings. But thank you anyway for joining us this season. Make sure you're with us in April 2014 in Nogaro, where we'll do the whole season again. But the champions of this year, Laurens Vanthoor and Stefan Ortelli, a superb performance from them. Thank you from myself, Jack Nichols, John Watson alongside me, everybody at SRO and the TV crew. Thank you for joining us this year. Make sure you join us in France in April of 2014. See you then.